Council meeting for the 29th of July 2026 at Liverpool City Council officially open. And I'd like to welcome everybody who is here in person as well as everybody who is online. There is no public forum today as there were no speakers who registered in time. So we'll move straight into the meeting. And I'd just like to remind everyone, in accordance with Clause 5.37 of Council's Code of Meeting Practice, I inform the persons attending this meeting that A, the meeting is being recorded, live streamed and made publicly available on the Council's website, and B, persons attending the meeting should refrain from making any defamatory statements. In relation to Clause 4.3, the provisions of this code requiring the live streaming of meetings also apply to public forums. To start off today's proceedings, I would like to invite Pastor John Hemans from the Open Heaven Church Prestons, who will offer a prayer for council as well as the acknowledgement of country, which will then be followed by the national anthem, which feel free to sing if you like, if on your skills. No. Could I invite everyone to please stand?
Before we begin proceedings, we would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and their ancestors past and present, the Cabrogal clan of the Darug Nation. I also acknowledge that this land was accessed by peoples of the Darawal and Darug nations. We affirm our hope and dedication to the good government of our city and the well-being of all of Liverpool's residents, no matter their race or creed. Tonight we affirm our hope for sound decision-making by council, which will improve the quality of life in our city. We express our expectations and best wishes for Australia, our nation's future, the Mayor, councillors and staff of council, and all those associated with good government in Liverpool. My prayer this evening is based on the official Liverpool City Council crest, which features the Latin motto Nisi Dominus Frustra, which is taken from Psalm 121, verse 1. Unless the Lord builds the house, they labour in vain who build it. Heavenly Father, I want to acknowledge you, as our forefathers did, as the master builder who has always had a plan for our city of Liverpool. And I want to acknowledge that we need your help in bringing our city of Liverpool into the place of prosperity and harmony that only comes from your blessing. Forgive us, Lord, for any building that we have undertaken without acknowledging you and asking for your help. I would ask that for every person that lives within the local government area of Liverpool, each of us would be able to see your hand at work in building and transforming this city into that place of prosperity and harmony. Lord, your word goes on to say in Psalm 121 that unless the Lord guards the city, the watchman stays awake in vain. I would ask, Heavenly Father, in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, that you would set a guard over our city and that whatever plans might have been fashioned to the detriment of our city would not be prospered. Thank you, Father, that you have a beautiful plan for all the people in Liverpool. And I ask that these plans would be prospered, that the decisions made by Liverpool City Council would be in accordance with your plan, and that Liverpool would continue to be transformed into a city of prosperity, beauty and harmony. And I pray these things in the name of Jesus. Amen. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Australia fair, in joyful strength
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. And thank you very much, Pastor John, for your kind and thoughtful words and your prayer that you offered for council. We sincerely appreciate, and we hope that they may reign true for all of us. Next matter are apologies and applications for a leave of absence. Our CEO is away on holidays, and we have welcome the acting CEO and Director of Operations, Mr. Peter Cicluna, who'll be joining us up here today. So Mr. Bredin is an apology, but we don't have to do anything about that. Also, we have an apology and a request for a leave of absence, again from Councillor Peter Rostevsky, of which there is a report in CO 03. As this matter is now before us, I think we just have to acknowledge that, but then we have to also deal with it. Councillor McNaught, do you?
I move that we bring CEO 03 forward to be dealt with now.
Thank you, that's helpful. Do you have a seconder for that? Seconded, Councillor Moon. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. Did you, Councillor McNaught?
Yeah, I have a motion that I sent through to staff just earlier.
Yep.
I'll just get staff to go through the motion so everybody has an opportunity to see it.
Did you want to read it out, Councillor?
Yeah,
or-
I was going to say there are 4 points to the motion. I'll read them out. There are some imagery in between. Number one, that council number one, note the request by Councillor Rostevsky for a leave of absence from the next 2 ordinary council meetings. Number two, notes that since his last leave of absence, Councillor Rostevsky's social media has remained active and updated, including multiple posts and comments since Friday the 17th of July, 2026. You can just scroll down through some of the examples there. While you're scrolling, I'll read points 3 and 4. Point 3 notes that Councillor Rostevsky has continued to engage with Council on behalf of constituents via email since Friday the 17th of July 2026. And number 4 approves Councillor Rostevsky's leave of absence.
Is that the end of your motion?
It is, Mr Mayor.
Yes. Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Moon. Any discussion?
Can I just see the points 3 and 4? My question is to the acting CEO.
Yes, Councillor.
Did you disclose to Councillor McNaught that Councillor Rostevsky is still using his email since Friday the 17th of July 2026?
Through the chair, no, I have not.
My question is to the Mayor. Did you declare to Councillor McNaught that Councillor Rostevsky is still using his email since Friday the 17th of July 2026?
No.
My question's to the acting CEO and referred to the directors in turn. Did any of the directors disclose to Councillor McNaught that Councillor Rostevsky has continued to use his email since Friday the 17th of July 2026?
Through the chair, if I start with the Director of Planning and Compliance and then move down the table without me asking each person, is that okay?
Yeah, just one. I don't understand the relevance of your question for the debate, Councillor. It's not a. I don't see how this helps in anything.
Well, I'm just concerned now that other councillors might know that I'm sending emails. If one councillor knows that another's still sending emails to constituents, I'm now concerned about the email correspondence I have with constituents and whether or not that's disclosed.
I think Councillor McNaught, did you want to respond?
Yeah, I do. There's no reference in my motion to emails between Councillor Ostevsky and constituents. Where I got my information from was an email that was written by Councillor Ostevsky to Councillor Request, and it was posted by him on his social media page.
Question through the chair to Councillor McNaught. Is that the only email that you're referring to?
That's the general email I'm referring to.
Is that the only email you're referring to?
I haven't found other examples, Councillor. I'm just referring to that one.
So it's a social media. My question through the chair to Councillor McNaught is it's just a Facebook post.
I think she made that clear, yes.
Okay. So just for abundant caution to the acting CEO, none of our private correspondence with constituents is monitored or disclosed to other councillors other than what we may disclose on social media?
Through the chair, councillor, that is correct.
Is there any other further discussion? No? Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? I declare it carried. Next item is the confirmation of the minutes of the previous meeting held on the 17th of June and the adjourned meeting on the 22nd, or the continuation of that meeting on the 22nd of June.
I'm happy to move. I just wanted to note that in the minutes, I didn't check it. I didn't go back to check what the voting record was, but there are some instances where it refers to Councillor Hart being myself and then Councillor Hull. And then in other instances, it refers to Councillor Hull as Deputy Mayor Hull. So I just want to make sure there's not a confusion between the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Hull, because he's been referred to in two different ways in the minutes. So if we can just have a look at that. I don't know if there's any errors, but if, like, moving forward, if it's possible, there could be a distinction or it being applied consistently.
I will we'll take that on notice and have a look into that. Thank you. Would you care to move the, did you say you're moving them as well?
Yes,
Yes,
I'm
move.
happy
Do you
to
have a
move.
seconder?
Yeah.
Second, Councillor Moon. Is there any discussion? Nope, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it unanimous. Any declarations of interest? Yes, Councillor AJ?
Thank you, Mayor. Com 05, non-peculiar, less than significant, and I'll be leaving the chamber during the time of discussion. Thank you.
Non-pecuniary, less than significant. Can you believe it? And why is it a?
I'm involved with the charity organization, so I'll be leaving the chamber.
That's a recipient in the report.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. Applicant, should I say? Okay. Any other further declarations? No? Okay. We will, there are no petitions. We'll move on to mayoral minutes, of which there are 5 on the screen. The first one is a condolence motion, Mr. Paul Sweeney. It's with great sadness that I learned of the recent passing of retired Inspector Paul Sweeney, AFSM, known to everyone who lives he touched as a true gentleman, a mentor and friend. Paul dedicated more than 40 years of service to the RFS, commencing in 1989 with the Leppington Brigade, during which time he dedicated countless hours to helping others through their darkest moments, with his wisdom, compassion, generosity that touched so many lives. He held various leadership roles, including captain and deputy group captain, later becoming a prominent fire investigator and an operational inspector for Region East, leaving an extraordinary legacy through his leadership in fire investigation, learning and development, and his unwavering commitment to the peer support team. The key details of his career and legacy include peer support. He was highly respected for his unwavering commitment to the critical incident support services, providing trauma support to fellow volunteers. Honoured, he was awarded the Australian Fire Services Medal for his significant contributions to the service. Beyond his commitment to the RFS, Paul had a passion for landscape photography and always shared his best tips with colleagues and friends, demonstrating his determination to be best in the fire investigation field by learning as much as he could to share his knowledge with others. As we honour Paul's memory today, I propose that Council extend our deepest condolences to his wife Kerry, his family and loved ones as they seek comfort and peace during this difficult time. May he rest in eternal peace. And I'd like to move that Council adopt this mayoral minute to send a letter of condolences on behalf of all councillors to the Sweeney family, and the Council observe 1 minute of silence to honour his memory. Is there any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. Next one, we'll have the minute of silence at the end. If there's other condolence motions. Our next condolence is for Mrs. Janice Harrington, former Lord Mayoress of Liverpool. This council records its deep sadness at the passing of Ms. Janice Harrington, an exemplary Liverpool resident and wife of former alderman, mayor, and councillor, Mr. Colin Harrington. As a devotee of the Anglican Christian faith, Ms. Janice Harrington spent many years in voluntary service with various organisations in Liverpool, teaching religious education for over 30 years, including at Liverpool Public School, Preston's Public School, St. Stephen's Anglican Church, Preston's, and Holy Trinity Anglican Church in Lernia. For 40 years, she was a parish councillor, teaching Sunday school for 23 years, and somehow also found time to manage the bookings, cleaning and maintenance at the Preston's Community Hall. As the wife of former alderman, mayor, and councillor Colin Harrington, Janice actively participated in most of council's public functions over the 17 years of his term. Her dedication to supporting the Liverpool community was a hallmark of a remarkable woman and an exemplary citizen of Liverpool. As we honour her memory today, I propose that Council extend our deepest condolences to her family, to her church community, and to our church community as they seek comfort and peace during this profoundly difficult time. May she rest in eternal peace. I'd like to move that Council adopt this mayoral minute, that we send a letter of condolence on behalf of all councillors to the Harrington family, and this Council observe a minute of silence to honour her memory. Is there any discussion? Deputy Mayor?
I just wanted to say that I knew her very well as well, as she was the former wife of Colin Harrington, and for all outstanding men, there's a saying, there's a woman behind every outstanding man, and she certainly was that. So it's sad that she's gone. I attended on behalf of council, laid a wreath on her coffin, and the service. There were over 200 people there, so you can imagine she was very well known. So thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Is there any further discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, to declare unanimous. The next mayoral minute is acknowledging the recipients of the 2026 King's Birthday Honours. The King's Birthday Honours provide an important opportunity to recognise Australians whose work has strengthened civic life, community service, public institutions, health, culture, youth development and local leadership, recognising the outstanding service and contributions of Australians who work tirelessly to improve local communities and to make Australia a better place. It's my pleasure to report that 7 people with connections to Liverpool were recognised for their outstanding contributions to our community in the recent King's Birthday Honours list. It's with honour to congratulate Liverpool resident Mr. George Bruce Wilson, JP OAM of West Hoxton, who was awarded the Medal of the Order of Australia in the General Division for service to karate and to youth. As well as national and state roles in martial arts groups, he has also contributed to RSL youth clubs and is made a life member. Council also acknowledges several distinguished recipients who have worked and have a meaningful connection to Liverpool. Professor Suran Loshana Fernando, OAM, and Associate Professor Christopher Stephen Pokorny, OAM, for their contributions to medical excellence through work associated with Liverpool Hospital, one of our city's most important institutions and a cornerstone of the Liverpool Innovation Precinct. The late Professor Edward James Bakley, AM, who made a significant contribution to urban planning and civic thinking, including through his role as Emeritus Advisor to the Building Our New City Committee of Liverpool City Council. Dr. Joanna Christine Mendelsohn, AM, for her significant service to visual arts, including her term as board member of the Casula Powerhouse Arts Centre, now known as Liverpool Powerhouse, one of Liverpool's most important cultural institutions. Mrs. Mary Lynn Taylor, AM, for her significant service to urban planning, including her role as founding chair of the Integrated Health Advocacy Programme at Liverpool City Council. Mr. Gary Ronald Warboys, APM, AM, for significant service to policing and the community, including his service as commander of the Liverpool Local Area Command. These recipients represent a broad cross-section of service, youth development, health, culture, urban planning, public administration, policing, and civic leadership. Each has contributed in their own way to the life of our community or to our institution that help shape Liverpool's progress. On behalf of Liverpool Council, I'd like to congratulate each of these recipients and thank them for their contributions to Liverpool and to Australia. And I'd like to move that Council formally congratulates Mr. George Bruce Wilson, OAM of West Hoxton, on receiving the Medal of the Order of Australia in the General Division for service to karate and to youth. Further acknowledges and congratulates the following King's Birthday 2026 honours recipients who have made meaningful contributions connected to Liverpool. Professor Soran Loshana Fernando, OAM, Associate Professor Christopher Stephen Pokorny, OAM, the late Professor Edward James Blakely, AM, Dr. Joanna Christine Mendelsohn, AM, Mrs. Mary Lynn Taylor, AM, Mr. Gary Ronald Warboys, APM, AM. Right to each living recipient and to the family of the representatives of the late Professor Edward James Bakley, AM, congratulate them on behalf of Liverpool City Council and acknowledging their valuable contributions to Liverpool and to the broader community. And I'd like to formally move that way. Is there any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it unanimous. Thank you. The next mayoral minute is regarding the 50th anniversary of the Kemps Creek United Football Club, or FC. It's with great pleasure that I bring to Council's attention a significant milestone in our sporting community, as the Kemps Creek United Football Club celebrates its 50th anniversary in 2026. Established in 1976 by Rick Field, David Wadsworth, Tony Calgaro, Bill Anderson, and John Alassi, the Kemps Creek United FC started with 5 junior teams and 1 all-age team in the church's competition. The club then joined the Nepean District before joining the Southern Districts Football Association. Currently operating from Bill Anderson Reserve in Kemps Creek, this proudly family-orientated and non-profit organisation is run by mum and dad and volunteers to build community and spirit and social cohesion, friendship and teamwork, while providing players and participants with opportunities to get active to improve their overall well-being. On behalf of Liverpool City Council, I wish to convey our warmest congratulations to the Kemps Creek United FC through the club president, who is with us here today, Mr. Ross Majorana, who has kindly joined us this evening. And I'd like to formally move that Council, one, formally congratulates the Kemps Creek United FC, the Tigers, on their 50th anniversary, and recognise their outstanding contributions to building community spirit and promoting social cohesion while boosting community health and well-being through sports participation. Any discussion? I'd like to formally do it. Councillor AJ?
Yeah, I just want to, I lost my voice, but I've been to the club. It's very friendly and warm, and we do a lot of competition there, so congratulations. I love what you're doing there. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? I just want to add Ross, thank you very much for what you and your team have been doing. It was a wonderful night on Friday with, I don't know how many people there, about 500, 600. It was packed. I think what's important is a reflection is when you look at Kemps Creek and imagining what Kemps Creek was like 50 years ago, it probably from 50 years ago to 40 years ago probably didn't really change too much. But in the last 10 years, we've seen an amazing transformation. And I think that it's fitting that it's on the 50th year that we see the biggest transformation, and that no longer is Kemps Creek at the end of the world, but it's at the start, right there at the entry point of what's going to be an amazing airport and city and something for us all. And I imagine the life and the people living out there was pretty much living like in the country. So that community spirit, well, let me put it this way. The infrastructure that we all celebrate regarding these airports and roads, the most important infrastructure in the community is a club like yours that's brought people together and allowed them to build friendships, relationships, and have fun. So to us, that is the most important infrastructure, and we want to congratulate you on an amazing 50 years to you and everyone involved in it. So thank you. I'd like to formally move that we accept the mayoral minute. All those in favour? Against? And declare it carried. And I should acknowledge Anna Rizos for her amazing work as part of the club. So thank you, Anna, one of our great Liverpool City Council employees, working very hard. But yes, it was amazing. So well done to you as well. Last mayoral minute for the evening is improving accessibility in Liverpool playgrounds, Liberty Swing. According to the 2021 census and Liverpool's Community Strategic Plan 2025-35, approximately 15,269 residents, or 6.5% of the population, live with chronic mobility limitations, resulting from a severe or profound disability. Council has not acknowledged the importance of accessibility through its Disability Inclusion Action Plan 2024-28, which prioritizes accessible infrastructure, services, and public space. This includes initiatives such as curb ramps, lifts, inclusive playgrounds, and other measures designed to improve participation for people living with disability. Liverpool currently has 5 inclusive playgrounds. However, only McLeod Park in Preston's features a Liberty Swing, which is a specialized swing designed to provide a safe and enjoyable play experience for children and adults who use wheelchairs. Recently, Council received a request from a Watergrove family seeking a Liberty Swing for Watergrove Lakeside Park to support their 8-year-old daughter who uses a wheelchair. I'm pleased to advise that Council is proceeding with the installation, providing a more exclusive play experience for residents with mobility challenges. The Liberty Swing is recognized internationally as one of the safest and most effective accessible playground features for wheelchair users. It enables a wheelchair user to be wheeled directly onto the swing platform, creating a fun and therapeutic inclusive environment experience while reducing physical strain on the carers and family members. The estimated cost of the project is between $60,000 and $80,000, including installation and associated infrastructure. Given the strong community need, Council should consider a further Liberty Swing at other suitable programs within Liverpool to expand access to include inclusive play opportunities. And just before reading the mayoral minute, I'd also like to add that even yesterday when I was in Casula Mall, that other users of the park whose children also have disabilities pointed out to me that there are a lot of families that get together and whose children have disabilities and use that park there. And they're aware of the Liberty Swing and what we're doing, and we're very, very happy that it's actually progressing. And they also asked, because of its role as a park, a sort of a, excuse me, I know it's not a regional park, but more of a larger park in the area for that side of Liverpool, whether Council could look at least disability toilets. And I know we've had a discussion about this, and there's been a report. So I just want to ask that I'll be adding a point that we investigate the potential of having what a facility could look like, because it's great having it there, but but people need to be able to use it. Yep, great. And just report back to Council. Thank you. So if I'll just read out the council would like to, what I'd like to move is, 1, council notes the importance of providing inclusive player opportunities for the people living with disability and acknowledge council's commitment to accessibility through the Disability Inclusion Action Plan 24-28. Receive a report by council identifying the most suitable playground within Liverpool for future installation of an additional Liverpool swing. 2, B, identify potential funding opportunities within council's budget and investigate external grant opportunities to support delivery of an additional Liberty Swing. C, subject to funding being identified, schedule the installation of the Liberty Swing in the 26-27 or 27-28 financial year. D, provide details of an accessible playground plan for delivery in Austral that could also include a Liberty Swing. And E, investigate a disability toilet or a work farm and report back to council. And I'd like to formally move that way. Is there any discussion? No. All right, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare it carried. Thank you, everybody. We'll now move into the agenda. Sorry, thank you, Peter. Can I ask everyone to please stand for the 1 minute silence? Next item is CEO 01, Visitor Economy Strategy, page 2026 to 2031, page 90, tab 5, with the recommendation on page 91.
I'm
Councillor
happy to
McNaught.
move as per the recommendation.
Moved Councillor McNaught. Do we have a seconder? Second Deputy Mayor. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. Next item is CEO 02, page 113, tab 6, with recommendation on page 113, Sydney Metro compulsory acquisition. Councillor Hart,
I'd like to defer, please.
move deferral. Do you have a seconder? Second, Councillor Moon. Any discussion?
Yes, very simple. This report is essentially for Sydney Metro to acquire land off council, but there's actually no valuation, and there's we don't know the price or the proceeds from the sale, so I'm not sure how we can resolve this. It's that simple.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Just as CEO, is that question able to be answered tonight? Why that information hasn't been provided?
Through the chair, no, I'll take the question on notice.
Just another question to that. Wouldn't this type of report, its disposal of land, generally be done in confidential as well, as opposed to it being a public report?
Through the chair, you would be correct, councillor, but I think why it is in this section is because it doesn't include the figures, but I can't answer as to why, but I'll take that on notice as well. Thank you.
Can I just, sorry, can
Councillor
I just
McNaught, yes, sorry.
make a suggestion? So we're requesting to defer, but so just so that it will be understood, we're deferring until we have some valuations and numbers around that. So we'll come back to us at some point as quickly as possible, but we need the information. It doesn't need to be listed if that's what the understanding of the deferral is.
Cool. All right. Any further discussion? Put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. We've already done with CEO 03. So we'll move into PD 01. Post exhibition report, Liverpool DCP, page 121, tab 8, recommendation on page 122. Move Deputy Mayor, seconded Councillor McNaught. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. Next item is PD 02, Serbian themed street names for Edmondson Park, page 128, tab 9, recommendation on page 129. Move Councillor McNaught. We have a seconder. Seconded Councillor Hart. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? And declare it carried. Next one is PD 03, Post Exhibition Report, 205 Adams Road, Littleham, page 150, tab 5, recommendation page 151. Move Councillor McNaught. Seconded Deputy Mayor. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare it carried.
Can I just ask a question, Mr Mayor? Being that these are planning decisions, do we need all of these noted as unanimous or anything in the minutes?
Usually it's yellow and it's highlighted and asked for that. But I will, as an abundance of caution, let's do that. Thank you, Councillor McNaught. So that was unanimous. PD 03? Yes? Yep. Okay, wonderful. I think the DCP one as well, I've got a vague recollection we may have done it last time. I think the printer ran out of yellow ink, maybe. So let's, PD 01, that was unanimous as well? One, there was no one objected to that? Okay, great. The other ones, no, great. Cool, okay, thank you. Everyone, PD 04, post-election report, planning agreements policy, page 170, tab 6, with recommendation page 171. Move Councillor McNaught, seconded Deputy Mayor. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Declare it unanimous. PD 05, Liverpool Local Traffic Committee Charter Policy Update, page 176, tab 7, with recommendation page 176. Move Councillor McNaught, seconded Councillor Moon. Deputy Mayor, question?
Yes, yes, I have some questions. I was reading through the charter, and the charter, I think that really needs another good look at it, because the changes in the legislation in that the traffic is now no longer the major part of transport for New South Wales. There are some charter changes that I think need looking at. I can't remember exactly what they were, but I think there's some changes that don't agree with the new changes, if you like.
So is there a specific question, or is that take that as a statement? Thank you. Okay, great. All right. If there's no further discussion, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare it unanimous. PD 06, Fire and Rescue Referrals, page 198, tab 8, with recommendation on page 198.
I asked this question to the CEO, and I just want it to be on the record publicly. Generally, we usually get these reports in confidential, and in this case, it's now public. Can we just understand why for all councillors?
Through the chair, I'll defer to the Director of Planning and Design.
Thank you. Through the acting CEO. The reports were previously placed in confidential based on historical legal advice. Council's General Counsel questioned the necessity for them to remain in confidential against the criteria for confidential items, and reassessment revealed that they don't meet any criteria for confidentiality. Therefore, there was a joint decision to remove them as confidential items on the agenda.
Thanks.
No further discussion. Oh, sorry, moved Councillor McNaught. Do we have a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Moon. If there's no further discussion, I will put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare that unanimous. PD 07, Leppington Town Centre rezoning, page 203, tab 9, with recommendation on page 203. Councillor McNaught.
I'm happy to move with, I know it's just a receive and note. I'd like to add a point two, if I can, which says that council write to the planning minister to inform them of our noting of this report, and how can I say it? And look forward to confirming with the relevant bodies the associated infrastructure that will be planned for this uplift in Leppington.
Do you have a seconder for that? Seconded, Councillor Manern.
Happy to second, and if we can add to that, if we can include the state members on that as well, not just the planning minister.
Is the mover happy with that?
I'm happy with anyone and everyone trying to get the most infrastructure that we can.
Can I just ask the mover and the seconder what state minister other than the planning minister?
Sorry, what was that, Councillor?
Just what state minister other than the planning minister are we writing to?
I think that's a typo.
Oh, state member should be so planning minister and state members.
Member plural or members plural or members singular, and which ones?
No, I think we're talking about Leppington. It would be the member for Leppington.
Okay.
And he's been, quite vocal of this report as well. So I think that he would be more than happy to get as much infrastructure as possible in the area. So that'll be great.
Seconder happy with that? Okay, any further discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? I declare it unanimous. PD 08, road occupancy charge, page 207, tab 10, with recommendation on page 207.
I'm happy to move as per the recommendation.
Move Councillor McNaught, seconded Councillor AJ. Any discussion? Put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? Declare it unanimous. Next item is PD 09, 15th Avenue, page 1284, with tab 11. Tab 11? How's that one? No. Recommendation page 1285. It's addendum booklet 5. I'm happy to move that motion. Deputy Mayor? Second it.
Happy to move it, but I think there needs to be a correction, and I've just spoken to Dan Riley about it.
So move Deputy Mayor, seconded Councillor Moon. Any discussion?
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Carneeb.
So, just to understand, this is a recommendation that's been put together that council requests certain funding from the state and federal government. Is the view of this that council take over the development of the road?
No.
Okay. So the view of this is to recommend to the state and federal government that this is what should occur instead of what's been designed and are ready to commence.
Yes.
Now, just through the mayor to the CEO, would this delay the current proposed commencement date of works to be completed?
Through the chair, I'll defer to the Director of Planning and Design.
Through the acting CEO, I might ask Manager Development Engineering to talk to the specific matters associated with potential delays.
Through the CEO, we are expecting that if we were to achieve this redesign, that it would likely result in some delay to the project being delivered, given that Transport for New South Wales would need to revisit some of their elements of their design. So that would potentially be between 6 months, maximum a year, probably. It might be a scarce. But that wouldn't impact the first stage of the road being upgraded, which is between Cowpasture Road and 2nd Avenue.
Just on that, was that a 6-month maximum delay?
Probably a minimum, just on my experience. But again, this is not information we've received from Transport for New South Wales.
My question's to the acting CEO. Mr. Riley has written correspondence to the relevant department. I can't seem to find a date of that letter, the 23rd of July 2026. My question is, has there been a response to that correspondence? Oh, is it? Oh, it gets turned off all the time.
Through the CEO, we have delivered our alternative design to Transport for New South Wales. We have not received formal response. We have been engaging with them on elements of this alternative design for a period of time. Generally, they have been unwilling to engage due to their the needs of their project to progress their design as quickly as they can.
Through the CEO, the redesign, has that been supported by any engineering evidence?
Yes, indirectly. So the redesign is a concept level design. It is not a detailed design. So Transport for New South Wales are currently going out to consultation on a detailed design. Our alternative is a concept design. So it doesn't have the full level of detail that Transport for New South Wales current design has. However, it is based on a previous piece of work that was commissioned by Council. I believe it was around 2020 by a consulting firm that did provide this concept design. So it is an already endorsed piece of work done by Council.
Through the CEO, Transport for New South Wales have advised that it would in fact need 8 metres of additional corridor width for the plan that you are proposing instead of whatever it is that you're proposing.
Through the CEO, we believe that we can narrow the corridor with a lower design speed. As far as we're aware, Transport for New South Wales, if they're considering this design, they'll be considering it on an 80 km/h design speed. By lowering it, we should be able to achieve it in a narrower corridor.
My question is through the CEO, acting CEO, hasn't got the promotion quite yet. The proposed Council's alternative cross-section design for 15th Avenue on page 1287 doesn't appear to include any form of public transport. Is that correct?
Through the CEO, the alternative design does include 2 bus lanes.
It does?
Correct. Through the CEO, there are 3 lanes in each direction. It's kind of notional, but the outer lanes are assumed to be public transport dedicated lanes.
Okay, so that's an assumption. It's not an actual design feature, is it just an assumption?
Through the CEO, it is assumed, yes, that the outer 2 lanes would be public transport, obviously.
Sorry, my fault. But yeah, on that, if you just go above the image, it says there design speed 70 k's. These configuration 3 lanes in each direction with active transport paths, i.e., bike paths, etc. And then the third point is public transport, bus priority, curbside lanes and stops, and road reservations similar to stage 1, only no, but except no turns away. But ultimately, for those who are listening, that if you when you have a speed limit of 80 kilometers, then that means your lanes have to be wider. If you drop it to 70 kilometers, your lanes can become a little bit narrower, and that's where you pick up the extra little bit. And if you look at this would mean you'd have 3.5 meter lanes, from as per the drawing. You'd still have your median strip and all that down the middle, and you still have your shared path. So it's ultimately lowering that speed, allows the extra room to be provided. And it also potentially helps with the 4 to 5 meter wall that's going to be in front of Campese's as well.
But just through the acting CEO, it's the case that it's still going to be either plan, right, has 2 dedicated, motor car lanes in each direction and a bus lane in each direction.
Through the CEO, the Transport for New South Wales current stage 1 design has 2 traffic lanes in each direction with no public transport lanes. The council alternative design has 2 traffic lanes in each direction plus 2 public transport lanes.
It's not called an EIS, but what are they doing at the moment on exhibition? Is it EIS?
Yeah, it's the REF, the Review of Environmental Factors.
Yep. So that is basically saying that stage 1 is 2 lanes each way.
Yes.
For cars, and then stage 2 is dedicated bus lanes to be constructed, envisaged to be constructed in the REF on the southern side of 15th.
Correct.
Yeah. Which that then, from our estimates, that would need another reservation and potentially affect homes.
Correct. Through the CEO. So if stage 2 of Transport for New South Wales design were to proceed, it would likely result in approximately an additional 90 homes being lost. That is compared to stage 1 under both designs, so Transport for New South Wales and Liverpool City Council's alternative design, impacting 24 to 28 homes approximately.
Can you just enlighten us that if we go down this path now and the government doesn't change its course and we get the 2 lanes, what happens with stage 2 and reserving a road corridor, to obviously minimise house life? Can you just run us through that, please, and the process required?
Yeah, through the CEO. So it's likely that state government would proceed with corridor preservation work to protect the corridor for stage 2. That would result in an unknown space south of the current stage 1 design being reserved or protected, which would, have some impacts on the ability for people to develop the properties adjacent to the corridor, given that Transport for New South Wales would then have concurrence over that land for a future road upgrade.
So even though whether it's envisaged in the REF that more land will have to be acquired?
Correct. More land would need to be acquired to achieve their full ultimate design. beyond that which they are approaching for acquisition at present.
Yeah, and ultimately this goes back to, I know it's not exactly the same, but the fast transit corridor that council's had a resolved position on since 2016, 17, or whatever it is that's been going on. But we don't know the width of that corridor. We can make an assumption of that width.
Correct. We can make an assumption of that width based on the design that you've got on your booklets. However, the actual amount of land that would need to be acquired would depend on whether they were the design included walls or batters. So batters taking up more land, walls being more expensive.
And who is responsible for putting the road reserve on the planning maps to prevent people from building new homes?
That would be Transport for New South Wales.
So theoretically, then people could be building in that, even though it's been identified now that they're going to need more land. Nothing. We can't stop anybody from, if somebody lodges a DA to build a house, we can't stop them now from building that house, even knowing that it's going to be in that corridor.
Correct. Right now, we have no means to prevent that.
So for the next X amount of years, people can keep on building houses and jamming up the corridor.
Yes.
Which makes it obviously then harder.
Yep.
But let alone the human impact of people losing their homes.
Correct.
And I think, yeah, sorry, the other points talk about here about the 90 homes that would go. Councillor Moon?
Yep. Just by combining stage 1 and stage 2 in your current graph there, how much time are we saving in building that road? Because you're saying there'll be a delay between 6 months to a year, but if we do stage 1 and 2 as per what you've described there in the one go, wouldn't that save us time on going back to it later?
Through the CEO. So in terms of you're correct in terms of the ultimate design would be, well, the function of the road to include a public transport corridor would be delivered faster, because there is currently no funding commitment or time frame from Transport for New South Wales to deliver stage 2, but which is the public transport dedicated lanes. Whereas if we do it in stage 1, even though there would be some delay to delivering that work compared to stage 1 of Transport's design, we would be achieving the full function of the ultimate development, including transit lanes, well ahead of a likely stage 2, which is probably more likely to be delivered in 2040 something.
So, through the Mayor, would it be wise for us to allow a $50,000 campaign and let the residents know of what's happening in that corridor for now and see what they come back to us with? Would that be wise? Because at the moment, none of them know that. We're just going on our assumptions and we're going through numbers and what's going to happen and the timing that it's going to take without residents knowing. If we're to go out and say to the residents, this is what we're thinking of doing, we've written to the state government, and this is what we'd like to happen, what are your thoughts also? And give them the opportunity to give us some feedback.
I think, Council, that's up to the governing body to make a decision if you wanted to move that way and add that to the motion.
I'd like to add that to as a 0.5 if I can, please. If the mover's happy with that. Deputy Mayor. I'd like to add a 0.5.
Yeah. Okay. Councilman Isa.
Sorry, through the CEO, I just have some concerns because if I may refer to in the governance committee and in the briefing, there was a report that got given to us, and it's a confidential report, so obviously I can't refer to the contents of it, but there was concerns that I had when I read that report, that a lot of this is just based on a concept and not not a finished design. And Transport for New South Wales have gone through, years of engineering and business case work and an environmental assessment. And my concern is that if we were to adopt this and go through with it, none of that's been done, and what the impacts might be, because their evidence repeatedly shows that even with lowering the speed limit, the actual additional lanes can't be put in. That's what they said to us in the meeting. And I think...
Is that a question or a statement?
Well, it's a statement, but my question is, even in if we, we're coming to it later, but my question with notice on 15th Avenue refers to the report and says that we're not prepared to release it publicly. So when would we be prepared to release it publicly?
I'll refer to the CEO.
Through the chair, I defer to the Director of Planning and Design.
Thank you. Through the CEO. In reference to Councillor's first statement, I don't believe Transport have ever tested the lower design speed and verified whether that's the case.
They may have, but
Has it been communicated?
we don't know that for sure.
I'll reframe that. We've never been informed that they've tested the lower design speed, so they have never communicated that to us. In reference to your second point, Councillor, the sensitivities that are associated with our design are much the same as Transport's, hence why the briefing was confidential. So it's the impact on homes and local community, and we don't want to create angst without having a determined design that's been approved by the relevant agency. So that would be the driver behind why we wouldn't release the information publicly.
But I guess to Councillor Menez's point that the work that has been done to get to this point has been done by experts, technical experts in their field, which is enough for us as an organisation to rely upon.
My question is to the acting CEO. So this report was prepared by experts, engineering experts, right?
Through the chair, the answer is yes.
And on what data did these experts base their findings upon?
So through the chair, I'll defer to the Director of Planning and Design.
Thank you. Through the acting CEO. So the data would rely upon engineering standards. So a design speed requires a specific set of standards. A lower design speed would trigger a different set of standards, which looks at widths of laneways and other impacted engineering design outcomes, including heights of retaining walls and whatnot. So it is engineering design standards and Australian standards that are relied upon to inform the concept design.
So it wasn't derived from primarily discussions with the client, being Liverpool Council?
Through the acting CEO, well, the scope most certainly would have been derived from those discussions. So the internal experts within council, including Mr. Riley and the team, raised some initial concerns about the design speed and what engineering outcomes would be evidenced out of that. And the main driver behind this is the concern around the impact to the community and also the overall completion of the project. So it does all relate to the objective of community benefit. So it's the public transport lane and the concern that the stage 2 of Transport's project will likely not be achieved because of financial viability, or if it is to be achieved, it would be achieved in many more years to come. So the initial concerns most certainly informed the scope to the consultant, and the consultant who had some previous experience with designing the transport concept understood the concerns that we had raised and used technical assumptions and outcomes to provide an alternate design.
And to the CEO, acting CEO, did the consultants, the engineering consultants, make any attempts to verify the accuracy or completeness of any information provided by the client, being Liverpool Council?
Through the Mayor, I defer to the Director of Planning and Design.
Through the CEO, I'll defer to Mr. Riley.
Through the CEO, clarifications were, I guess, sought on some components of the scope of work that was provided to the consultant. So as per a usual process like this, we do agree certain assumptions at the beginning at project kickoff meetings to agree what these are. And in these assessments, the consultants list the limitations that come along with the assumptions that are made. So there are obviously questions that they do have, and once they are satisfied that the scope is clear, then they proceed with the work and seek any further clarifications as we continue.
But all the assumptions that this report is based upon are primarily from discussions with Council and information provided by Council, correct?
Through the CEO, that is correct.
And they didn't attempt to verify the accuracy or completeness of any of that information, did they?
Through the CEO, I'm not quite sure how to take the question in terms of accuracy, because we've provided a concept design to test. Therefore, we don't really know it's feasible or accurate. We are providing a design for them to cost and test. It's at a concept level. Again, this has been done for a relatively small amount of time and money compared to the full Transport for New South Wales work, which is 18 months work with 40 plus staff.
And I think, Councillor Monaghan, if we go back a little bit, when I think only the Deputy Mayor was here, the Council invested in doing the research on 15th Avenue, which led to the concept known as the Fast Corridor, which is effectively 6 lanes, with 2 of those lanes being dedicated fast public transport. And I think at the time there was probably $2 or $3 million invested on at the time, roughly, which came through a grant from the state government. So a lot of work was done on that. So I guess the council position has always been that if you want to build communities, that you need public transport, not just roads. And I think if we're saying the accuracy, well, the accuracy is the position of the governing body, which then, with its technical experts, Mr. Riley and others, have taken that to a external firm to say, well, this is council's resolved position. Can this work? And they've now come back saying, yes, it can work, and here are the parameters that are required. So the brief is accurate.
The brief has not been attempted to verify the accuracy or completeness of any such information.
Oh, the brief is accurate. The brief, we've said to them, does this work?
The report says. My question to the acting CEO is, how long did it take the technical experts to prepare this report?
Through the CEO, the technical report was, I think, ultimately from when they started to finish, was about 3 months.
I think you said earlier, correct me if I'm wrong, that this isn't as accurate as the reporting provided by or conducted by Transport for New South Wales. Is my understanding correct?
Through the CEO, as per previously advised, this is a costing based on a concept design, therefore it is one step prior to what Transport for New South Wales are. So they have taken their design a step further to detailed design, which is a lot more intensive and something that Council does not have the resourcing or funding to deliver.
Thank you.
All right. Sorry, Councilman, did you want to just add from general fund for the 0.5? Yeah. Deputy Mayor, right of reply?
Yes. I've been on council now a long time, and this particular issue on 15th Avenue has been going on since 1908.
You're not saying you were there then, were you? You
No, I
weren't
wasn't there. Not 1908. Oh, wait a minute. No, but it has been going on that long. And this, to me, is going to be another attempt at not meeting what the community wants. It's all very well to put 2 lanes of transport there, mainly for trucks and cars, and we're not doing anything for the people who want to use conventional bus transport. So that's being shelved. And as I said at the meeting with Transport for New South Wales, I suggested that if this goes ahead and they build what they're doing, we will never see the transport lanes ever. The cost of that will be so high, it just will be totally abandoned. And even if they were to, what would the cost be? If you just look at what the M7 has done, we've added a couple of lanes to the M7. It's taken a long time. It should have been done in the first place. Same applies to the M5. That, when it was built, was already out of date. And this appears to be just another attempt at that. It's not going to meet our requirements. It won't have the transport corridor which those people out at Austral, West Hoxton and Bringelly desperately need. And sadly, it hasn't even been considered that this should go all the way to the airport. So I would strongly suggest that Council lobby for this to at least get the government to look at putting in the transport lanes which we otherwise won't get. I'd much rather have a 70-kilometre system with transport lanes than an 80-kilometre system, probably meant mainly for transport to the airport and connecting our facilities across Moorebank. I just think that is totally wrong. It's not meeting the needs of the residents in Liverpool. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Just a question through the Mayor to the CEO. 0.5 allowing a $50,000 campaign from the General Fund to allow Council to write and communicate all residents advising what is possibly happening in the area and give them the opportunity to provide their thoughts and feedback. 2 issues with that. The first issue being who are all residents as a first caveat. The second is I understood that the reason from the Director of Planning, Ms. Cleish, that was provided as to why certain things haven't been disclosed to the communities because it breaches issues of confidentiality. Does this, whether it's inadvertent or advertent, affect that confidentiality that's been raised by the Director for Planning?
Yeah, so just before I pass over to her, I think maybe it's to have some more clarification. All residents along the 15th Avenue corridor, along or near the 15th Avenue corridor. Yep. And then I'll refer to the CEO, to the Director of Planning.
Thank you, through the acting CEO. A campaign as I understand it, wouldn't necessarily disclose any particulars. It would be along the lines of, I suppose, the content of this report, which is redesign based on a nominal amount on face value that would achieve a certain set of outcomes for the community. The detailed, when I say detailed reporting, I should say the technical inputs that have informed the concept, that have given us these outputs around the figures that would be associated with potential redesign that gives us the public transit corridors and whatnot, they're generalised assumptions. The technical reports that informed these assumptions is what I was referring to in terms of retaining them as being confidential. So they might sort of indicate some particular impacts or affectations along certain parts of the corridor that we wouldn't want to disclose at this point in time.
Yeah, to the Mayor. The purpose of the campaign to write to communicate to all residents about what is possibly happening in their area, what does that even mean?
We didn't actually draft it as such because it was taken, the 0.5 was taken from what was said by Councillor Moon, so it hasn't really been sharpened up. But if you want to, we can take a couple moments to sharpen that up.
I just think that if we're going to be spending $50,000 on a campaign to advise residents of factual aspects of the design, that report, before $50,000 is spent, should come before council. So we're ensuring that it's consistent with what is actually happening as opposed to what is possibly happening. I don't think that we should just be approving $50,000 from the general fund about what is possibly happening.
Yep. So can we maybe after the word 15th Avenue corridor, continuing council's long-term advocacy for dedicated public transport lanes along 15th Avenue. And then you can remove the rest of it after that. Is that clearer, Councillor Khanib? If you, yeah, and have it funded through the general fund. That's, oh, it's already there. Yep, that's fine. That's already there.
How do we know that it's going to, without a report, my concern is how do we know that it's going to cost 50,000, not more or less? Like we're just picking a figure, plucking it from the sky and saying, let's spend $50,000 on a campaign to communicate to residents when there's been a report put in the council paper that's public. What's the, like, if we're spending $50,000, it's not an insignificant sum. And then there needs to be a benefit from it as opposed to just, we've picked a figure and we're going to spend it to correspond with residents along or near. And this being done on the ad hoc is the issue.
Councillor Moniza?
I've got a couple of questions through the CEO. My first one is, why have we decided to do this now? Why not before? To advocate to spend money on this report. Why now?
Through the Mayor to the Director of Planning and Design.
Thank you. Through the CEO. As has been mentioned, there's been a decade-long campaign around a fast corridor, so a rapid transit corridor, which basically means that the key focus is to ensure adequate public transport along this corridor. So when Transport for New South Wales released their design, and we were able to see that the rapid transit corridor wasn't a priority as part of the first stage. This was in effect a response to that. So in response to their design, we took what they had and tried to come up with a different design that would continue to lobby for a fast transit corridor for the community. So it's basically a response to them commencing the project.
And my second question through the CEO is on point 5 there, with the campaign to the community, are we going to communicate to them the cost of the extra cost that this would incur, being, I think, about 200 and something million dollars?
$237 million
Yep,
versus
yeah.
$1 billion.
Yeah, and also are we going to communicate to the community that there will be at least a 6-month delay, probably in excess of a year?
Through the Mayor to the Director of Planning and Design.
Thank you. Through the acting CEO, yes, we most definitely would communicate the extra cost. That forms part of our pitch, that the extra cost is nominal in comparison to the ultimate cost of delivering stage 2. We can most certainly include the time delay impact of considering this design. Again, we would pitch that against the ultimate delivery of stage 2, which could look like many years away. So we can incorporate both of those factors in.
Yeah, I think Mr. Riley pointed out sometime 2040 potentially for the stage 2.
Through the CEO, yes.
Yep. Is there any more? Just mindful, if everyone can please.
Final question.
Yeah, thank you, Vanessa. Councillor.
To the CEO, are we going to communicate to the community that while council is advocating for this fast transport corridor, that it is based on just a concept design?
Through the Mayor, yes.
Thank you.
Deputy
Mr.
Mayor,
Mayor, we've had the right of reply about 10 minutes ago.
Deputy Mayor, did you want to add?
Sorry, I don't want to write a reply. I just want to point out that we need to change 3. Item 3. It says, request a redesign of the road, including bridge over the upper canal near Browns Road. I think you need to remove near Browns Road. It's not quite accurate.
Happy, is a seconder happy with that? Done. All right, councillors, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, declare it carried. Call the division. All those in favour, please stand. Those against? Thank you. I'll declare the motion carried. I'll now call a recess till 7:50 p.m. Thank you, everyone. Next item, if we can let everyone in, please, thank you. Next item is COM 01, Culture and Events Festival Strategy, page 211, tab 12, with recommendation on page 211. Moved Deputy Mayor, seconded Councillor McNaught. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, declare it carried. Next item is COM 02, LGNSW Annual Conference, Wollongong, to page 217, tab 13, recommendation 217. Councillor McNaught.
I have a motion. I would like to, can I just have a look? I'd like to add a point that we schedule time in the August governance meeting to discuss proposed motions.
Do you have a seconder for that?
I also have one more point, sorry. The other point is that we, that councillors wishing to attend email councillor support as soon as possible, but prior to the 26th of September. And just to speak to that, that's to ensure that, because the roll of voters closes on the 27th, and it'll ensure early bird pricing as well. So do you want me to repeat what that was?
Please.
Councillors wishing to attend, email councillor support. As soon as possible, comma, but by the 26th of September 2026.
Seconder, Deputy Mayor. Any discussion? Sorry, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, question. Does that account for the discount? Is that what you're working
Yes,
out?
that will get the early bird pricing and the voting
Right,
roll.
that's what I thought you were doing.
Yes,
Thank you.
yeah.
There's no further discussion. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. Next item is COM 03, council meeting calendar dates for 26-28, page 243, tab 18, with recommendation on page 244. Councillor McNaught.
I'm happy to move as per the book. Sorry, I'll just catch up. And I would like to move that we go to the suggested fortnightly or 2 meetings a month.
Do you have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor AJ. Any discussion?
Yes.
Yes, Councillor Carneeb.
Yeah, I've got some questions. So long as the meeting really commences at 6, that's my fundamental concern, and that's not a problem here. But the code of meeting practice, and I appreciate the intent is to try to finalise meetings at 9 o'clock in 2 sittings, 3 hours per sitting. But is the intent that under no circumstances we sit past 9? The reason I ask is because the code still allows you as the chair that each meeting still go up to 5 hours. So I guess my concern is that we're going from a sitting into really 2 possible 10-hour sittings. Sorry, I'll withdraw that, 2 possible 5-hour sittings. And I don't think that kind of addresses the intent of what we all had in mind. Plus, there's the issue of the added cost being in excess of about $150,000, which isn't insignificant. And just while I think, Mr. Mayor, I think you're considering as to whether or not it's 5 hours per meeting. While you do that, can I, through the Mayor to the CEO, that figure of in excess of $150,000, that's per annum? Yes. So over the, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, where do you get the 3 hours, 9 p.m. from?
6 p.m. to 9 p.m.
Where does it say that?
It's in the report, as in the proposed...
What page? It says 6 to 11, from what I can see. Page 251.
I read it somewhere. I read the 6 to 9 somewhere.
Yeah, no, it's, they're showing the old meetings that happened from 4 till 9. That's just previously. But anyway, no, it's intended still to have that, once again, 5-hour maximum completion, 5-hour maximum per meeting, twice per month.
So the intention is to have 2 5-hour meetings per month. That's the intent. It's not to, because I understood from discussion at previous council meetings that 6 to 11, I thought the whole intent was having 2 meetings a month was that staff don't stay here late and it's to 6 to 9. That's just the way I understood it. If I'm wrong, and I asked that question on the basis of that I genuinely was of the view that somewhere within this report it had a 6 to 9 as 2 options, and that's why it was fortnightly. But Councillor McNaught has a hand up, so.
Yes, Councillor McNaught?
No, and I'm on the same page as Councillor Carney when it comes to understanding the intent. And the intent would be that if we have 2 meetings a month, your agenda is not as large as it is for 1 meeting a month. And so it shouldn't take 5 hours because it'll be half an agenda every fortnight. So that's what I'm happy with. I think that's a good compromise to, starting at 6 so people can get here. I don't envisage that we would be finishing at 11 if we're halving the agenda and doing it over 2 nights, which is essentially what we're doing. That's the intent of the motion.
So we're really changing nothing, just adding an extra meeting a month.
Correct.
And the extra cost of that meeting per month at $150,000 per year, roughly, what is that per meeting?
Through the Mayor, I'll defer to the Director of Communities and Lifestyle.
Thank you. Through the CEO, it takes about $5,000 in mobilising the meetings in terms of setup costs, the tech, live streaming, etc. Malee, our Manager of Civic and Exec Services, may want to add more clarity to that.
Correct. Each council meeting costs, we incur $5,000 for delivery, and the additional cost is for a resource to be able to recruit someone to support us. It's currently out of the current scope.
Councillor Meniza?
I just have a question to the CEO. Apologies if this, if everybody knows, but I don't know the answer. So if we have the meetings twice a month, are the cut-offs and the agenda papers going to be once a month still? No, so every 2 weeks. So in essence, we could be having this much every 2 weeks if we chose to.
Correct. Depends on how much is brought forward
Okay.
to each meeting, but it would be then 2 sets of cut-offs to coincide with 2 meetings, Councillor.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor McNaught?
Sorry, I'm just confused by the answer just given by the acting CEO. In why would we expect to have 2 agendas the size of 1 monthly agenda twice a month? We don't have twice the business. We would be doing essentially, I would assume, half the business at each meeting. That would be the reason that I would assume that this is why I want to move this way.
So through the Mayor, Councillor, to your question, a lot of the agenda is also set not only by council but also by yourselves. It would depend on the volume. I can't guarantee that if we go to 2 meetings, will we only get the same number of items but cut in half? I'm not sure that would necessarily be the case. That's all. I'm not saying that it will or it won't, but I'm not sure I can sit here and say that everything would automatically be cut in half.
No, that's not what I'm asking. What I think I'm asking, though, is for the acceptance that generally there's no reason for council business to increase in a calendar month, given that we are now having twice the amount of meetings.
I think the directors intending on making...
Yep, refer to the CEO.
Through the CEO, there could be a couple of scenarios. Questions with notice, noms, could be extensive, even if it is over a 2-month cycle period, because councillors still can ask the questions and they may want to. Urgency of papers and the cadence to which the officers bring it to us does not necessarily mean it's going to be half the agenda. Because sometimes what happens in the environment is that, you know, we miss it off and then we have to wait a month, but they only have to wait 2 weeks. So it's just variable. We can't really say whether that it will be halved. I also note that it is double the work for the staff in terms of compiling, printing, and the like. And we will be in a constant council meeting cycle.
My questions to the acting CEO. There's a reference in the report, the penultimate paragraph that says the management delivery of additional council meetings would not be able to be absorbed within existing staff resourcing and would require an increase of 1 full-time employee for operational delivery at a cost of approximately $99,000 to be allocated from general funds. I know that we're asking a hypothetical, but would one staff member be able to accommodate the potential increase in work, noting the comments that council staff are going to be in a permanent meeting cycle phase?
Through the Mayor, I'll defer to the Director of Community and Lifestyle.
Through the CEO, we've requested the one, but however, we are stretched at the moment with meeting one council meeting a month. You know, we have variables around leave, etc., and time off. So one is the minimum, but it may need to be 2 because, as stated, it is doubling the work, and we will be constantly in a council meeting cycle.
My questions to the acting CEO: this cost, is it accurate to say it doesn't include the potential that if there are additional council meetings, any other organisations or persons who want to book this place for whatever reason would be precluded from doing so, and there'd be a consequent loss of income?
Through the Mayor to the Director of Communities and Lifestyle.
We haven't, through the CEO, we haven't included it, but that is a consequence. We are finding that night bookings are probably at a minimum. That's why we didn't include it. However, it is a consequence, and if we do additional promotions, you know, it may be something that we need to consider alongside bookings that are during the day, and then we need to reset up. So, like I said, it is a consideration that we have put in the report.
My question...
Sorry, just can I get clarification? Are you speaking against the motion, Councillor Monahan?
Well, I haven't determined that yet. I'm just asking a couple of questions about whether or not the staff can have the capacity to take on this additional work, because it's just noted, and I wanted to ask some clarification. It'll crystallise my position.
Yeah, well, ultimately, it's an operational matter, Councillor, so...
I'm perfectly entitled to ask questions about the business that is before Council.
Yes, but I'm saying when it gets down to operational, ultimately, it's a decision for the governing body to decide you're going to meet
Mr.
once
Mayor,
or twice.
The entire premise of having a second meeting was because, in your view, council staff were overworked and staying too late. It would seem from the report, and that's why I want to clarify, that additional meetings, that is, the additional fortnightly meetings, are in contrast to the endorsed meeting calendar for 2026 to 2028, which, as the endorsed meeting calendar, ensures adequate notice for the elected body, adequate notice for council administration, adequate opportunity for community engagement. My questions were going to be whether or not the additional workload or having fortnightly meetings would mean that there will be an increase on the work required to be done by council staff.
I think the report says yes.
Yes. I'm entitled to ask those questions. They're concerns that have been raised by you. They're entirely relevant and directly relevant to the report. So unless you're going to say that I'm not allowed to ask any further questions about it, I'd like to ask the questions.
Okay, but once again, if you read the report, we can read it all publicly like we... You know, this is exactly the problem when there's a report put in front of you and people don't seem to read the details of the report but then want to ask all the questions here, which is why meetings tend to go to 11 o'clock and why this is in front of us. So ultimately,
There
if
are
you-
also some other reasons why I think meetings go quite long, and that is your inability to chair the meetings in accordance with the Code of Meeting Practice. We could quite easily have 5
Deputy Mayor,
minutes.
there's been a point of
5
order.
minutes per
Point of order has been
speaker,
called.
and we could do this much more.
Point of order has been called, Deputy Mayor. Say that again, please, Deputy Mayor.
I do not believe the comments Councillor Monahan made are appropriate.
I agree, Councillor, they are derogatory to myself, and I ask that you withdraw those comments.
Fine, I'll withdraw them. Again, my questions to the acting CEO. If we have fortnightly meetings, will the current number of council staff be sufficient to ensure adequate notice for the elected body to attend meetings, adequate notice for council administration, and adequate opportunity for community engagement?
Through the Mayor to the Director of Communities and Lifestyle.
Through CEO, so that just to clarify some of the questions, you were talking around adequate staffing. We've proposed in the report if we go to monthly, to every second week, fortnightly, that we will need an additional staff member. The exhibition periods and public exhibition periods will remain at 28 days as it stands. That will just mean that reports will come back as after that period. In regards to other elements around reports and noms and deadlines, that will be still meeting the code. So we need 3 days notice for the council meeting papers, would still be under those provisions. So we would still need to maintain the consistencies and the provisions within the code, just at a fortnightly cadence.
And in what was a very torturous way of getting to this point, I'd like to speak against the motion.
Yes, Councillor, go for it.
Thank you. We're going to be moving to 2 meetings a month. They're both going to be scheduled to last at least 5 hours. I can hear my councillor colleague down there asking for the timer. I'm happy for the timer to be put on. This is going to increase costs by $154,000 and $113. An additional full-time employee will be required, and it would seem that even that wouldn't be able to cope with the additional workload. Part of the reason, again, this is what I understood as well, part of the reason of going to 2 meetings per month would be to cut down the length of council meetings so that we'd have 2 shorter meetings to make up one full one. I think another thing that we've probably overlooked is that we'll have an additional public forum, and we'll have the additional, given their additional meetings, we'll have the national anthem, mayoral minutes, and all of the other procedural bits at the beginning of a meeting that take up a good half an hour, 45 minutes on occasion. In my view, it would seem that we're going to be doubling some of the more procedural and perfunctory parts of the meeting rather than getting to business. And of course, when you allow someone more time to do things, and I know I do this from time to time, is you tend to procrastinate. You tend to think, I've got plenty of time to be able to do this. I've got plenty of time. We've got lots of time, all the time in the world. We can take as long as we like. We don't need a timer. We don't need any strict rules about how quickly we get through things, because we'll have 10 hours a month to burn instead of 5 hours a month. I think that as it is, there have been a couple of meetings that have been adjourned because we didn't finish in the original 5 hours, but they're few and far between. They happen occasionally, and I think we're adequately dealing with setting an extra date the following week to finish off the agenda. Rather than having 2 per month, I think we'll end up wasting more time rather than getting through the agendas more efficiently. And it's not necessarily the case that we're going to have half the work at each meeting. We could have, again, council staff may realise, well, we've got more time now because we've got more hours per month of council meeting, so we can put more before the council. I don't mind doing more work, but I think it defeats the purpose that I understood we'd be considering 2 monthly meetings. And again, there's the cost of, obviously that's going to have to be borne from somewhere, and we're taking another $154,000 presumably from the general fund tonight, and that'll be an annual cost. I just don't see it's reasonable. I think there are other things that we can do to essentially tighten our belts with our time and tighten our belts with our money instead of having a second meeting a month.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hart?
Yeah, I just want to make it clear that, you know, if we want to tighten our belts with our time, then we shouldn't be spending 10 minutes cross-examining the staff on issues, right? No.
What's your point of order, Councillor?
Derogatory. He's trying to infer that he's cross-examining staff, which is
I didn't realise that's...
What he's trying to do is he's trying to infer that Councillor Monahan is cross-examining staff, which in effect is conducting an exercise that would either be intimidation or bullying, and that's unfair.
So your definition of cross-examination is bullying or
No,
intimidating?
but that was the inference by Councillor Hart. We all know it. We all heard it. That was the inference. That's the point of order.
Councillor Cunningham, that's not a point of order. I disagree with you. A cross-examination is a process of asking questions.
So you agree with him that him inferring that Councillor Monahan is cross-examining staff is a fair and it's not a derogatory comment. It's unfair.
Correct. Yes, I do not believe.
You think it's fair?
Yes. Thank you. I've moved on. Councillor Hart, you have the call.
Thank you. City of Parramatta have...
Sorry, point of order.
It's Councillor Monahan. What's your point of...
On the comments about cross-examination and the inference and the imputation that is that I'm somehow or other wasting council's time when I'm perfectly entitled to ask questions. So I'd ask that you ask the council to withdraw.
I intend to move a motion that we clarify that questions are part of the 5 minutes. Because at the moment, if you're saying that we can spend all night and you can just ask questions as unlimited. Is that your interpretation of the Code of Meeting Practice?
As long as you have the power to do that within the Code of Meeting Practice,
yeah,
by all means.
Yes. Yes, so it's at the moment it's not clear on if questions are part of the 5 minutes, but I'm saying
it's not.
In your interpretation, is it part of it?
No, it's not.
So
my interpretation is it isn't, no.
So you can ask unlimited questions all night?
Not unlimited. I think there's a point at which they become no longer relevant.
But where is that stipulated in the Code of Meeting Practice?
No, it's for you to determine and make rulings based on your interpretation
which I
of the
did
code.
before, and you got upset because you're effectively asking everything that's in the report.
Because they were reasonable and relevant questions.
So thank you. I don't.
I do not uphold the point of order.
I don't uphold your point of order. Yeah. So Councillor Hart.
Sorry, other councils have fortnightly meetings. We're a growing council. We're a pretty big council. We deal with a lot of matters. There's at least 30 on the agenda tonight. We're not like Fairfield. We're not like Strathfield. I saw Strathfield Council's meeting went for 80 minutes last night. We have a lot of matters as a governing body that we have to deal with. And if we need to move to fortnightly meetings to ensure that we deal with them in a timely manner, I think this is a good compromise. You get your 6 o'clock meetings, then the other councillors that believe that 6 o'clock is too late based off it being a 5-hour meeting, then you have a 3-hour meeting. So I think this is a good compromise for everyone on the governing. From what I understand, what the needs and wants of everyone on council is 6 o'clock meeting, shorter meetings. And if you're going to have if you're going to have meetings that are fortnightly, your agenda isn't going to be as big. But you still have the flexibility in case there are plenty of matters that are before council that are urgent that need to be dealt with. You still have that flexibility to have that 5-hour meeting. So I don't really see what the issue is. I think we're debating something that it's essentially an academic exercise because we don't know the time of how long a meeting is going to take. Any given meeting is going to take, and if we want to talk about looking at the agenda, we have committee meetings that the times were changed for those committee meetings multiple times to try and ensure attendance of as many councils as possible. And from what I can see, the same bunch of councils rock up. So I think we're flogging the dead horse here. We've gone over this a million different times. I think this is a good compromise and I commend the motion.
Any other speakers for or against?
Yes, against.
Against, Councillor Carnegie?
Yeah. The council recommended motion in the book on page 244 affirms the council meeting calendar between 2006 and 26 and 2028 adopted on the 10th of December 2025 with amendment to the council meeting commencement time from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m, previously 5:30 to 10:30. Point 2, endorse the proposed council meeting dates required to give effect to the amended clause 3.2 with the revised meeting arrangements commence from September 2026 subject to council's adoption of the Code of Meeting Practice at the August 2026 council meeting. Point 3, note that no funding provision currently exists within the adopted budget to support an increase in the frequency of council meetings from monthly to fortnightly. There's no money in the kitty. There's no money in the kitty to fund this exercise. In addition to that, it's been identified that it's not just the additional cost that's been prepared and provided to the governing body as part of the report, but that there's also going to need to be additional staff to fund the exercise. Point 4, note that if council wishes to increase the frequency to fortnightly, the financial implications detailed in the report would be required to be funded from general funds through a future budget allocation. Just passed the budget, just went out to public exhibition. Putting all of that aside, that's what the council recommends. That's what the staff recommend. I take it because they don't want to finish at 11 o'clock 2 times a month, but probably 1 time a month. In addition to that, like Councillor Monahan said, there's been occasions where meetings have had to be adjourned because we haven't got through the agenda. That's normal. But to burden the residents with the continual expense of in excess of $150,000 per year plus additional staff, that's probably looking at about $300,000 per year on an ongoing basis is a significant commitment when we haven't needed that yet. The additional aspect of concern is this. There is a significant amount of staff that come to these meetings. The entire directorate, the leadership team, and the support staff, general counsel. And I appreciate that this is outside of their work hours. I presume what occurs naturally is that there will be time made up during the day, during the month, to offset this amount of work. Now, that may occur a second time around. If that's the case, what we're doing is we're taking away from the operation. I don't presume that's been factored into the cost and the work that needs to be done. But hold on, let's do that. Let's take away staff attention from the operation. But let's put their attention on not just attending another meeting, but having to do the work to present the meeting. The business papers, responding to council requests, agenda items, shooting out the emails, preparing the bundles, printing it twice per month. Now, it was the Mayor who said that a 6 to 9 p.m. proposal would be appropriate. I understood that logic. 3 hours per month. The only problem with that is, in theory, it's a great idea. People get to go home earlier, they're 3 hours. But Councillor Monahan's right. You still have to go through the preamble of the meeting that has to take place every meeting. Imagine having a 3-hour meeting and having to eat into it by 30 to 45 minutes every time. Defeats the purpose. You're almost getting to, you're about at 30% of preamble before you even touch an agenda item. What's the point of doing that? It's the burdening the community with the cost for no additional benefit. There's got to be a benefit. We can't just be spending money willy-nilly without a basis. There's no basis for this. There's no need for this. You'd rather use the money on an ad hoc basis if a meeting gets adjourned. It's clear. The recommendation of council is to stick with 1 meeting per month. It's outside the scope of the budget. There's no allocation for it. It's the first meeting in July, and we've decided to spend $50,000 on a campaign, and we've now decided to spend $150,000 plus on this. There could have been so much better things to spend that money on. So basically, I'm going to be voting against this.
Councillor McNaught.
Yeah, I'd like to speak for the motion, Mr Mayor. We seem to go, we can restart the timer. Thank you. I won't need 5 minutes, but, you know, we talk about the start of meeting times, the length of meetings every couple of months. And we continually hear, you know, different opinions. The meetings are potentially too long. The agendas are too dense. You know, I know there are certain councillors who really struggle with the 11 o'clock finish, and there are councillors who struggle with starting before 6. So I just don't understand the whole, you know, this seems to me like the perfect compromise for everything to be, you know, where we can all have more time to, I mean, I take the point of the acting CEO that there's no guarantee an agenda will be less, but sorry, common sense will dictate that the council's work will not become double because they're having 2 meetings a month. It's just not logic. We're talking about being able to get through a shorter agenda in less time than we take at the moment. It'll negate the need, most likely, and I would never dare to say definitely in this room. It would make it less likely that we carry over items to another date. I just think that this is the way that we all have more time to consider what we're doing. We do sit here with dense agendas. We do sit here through long meetings. I've listened to that. I mean, personally, if we're going to do it all for what suits us better, I think 2 till 7 answers everything, but it doesn't answer everything for everyone in this room. And so that's what we're trying to do by starting later with a less dense agenda twice a month so that we can make considered decisions with time to dedicate that we need to making these decisions. We're not spending millions of dollars at 11 o'clock at night as a general routine. There would, I am certain, be ways that agendas could be managed between fortnights, what would come up one fortnight and what may come up the next, as far as decisions of council that need to be made within timeframes. I think that we really owe it to our community and to ourselves to try to have everybody feeling like they're operating at their best during decision making at council. This is a way that we've heard for the last 2 years almost about how certain things don't suit everybody. Well, this is the perfect compromise to allow the meetings to run with everyone's consideration. I understand that there will be a budget implication, and I'm pleased that there will be another staff member coming on to help staff manage budgets, manage agendas, because they're complex things that need to be managed. I'd like to see this implemented. I think that, you know, it does answer the issues that we've had around meeting times and frequencies in the past. So, you know, I encourage everybody to vote for this so that we can, you know, get the meeting done and not be here at 11 o'clock as a general rule.
Yes.
And Councillor Hart, sorry, Councillor Ibrahim.
Just a question through the chair. How about the leave? You know, before I think we can have twice a year leave, and how about now, because everything's been doubled? So is this going to be still the same, like twice a year? Like
Sorry,
just request leave, just
for councillors or for staff?
Councillors.
For councillors.
Yeah.
There's no, from my understanding off the top of my head, there's no limitations on request for councillors requesting leave. As in, you can only have leave twice a month. No, you can. There's no limitation. From my understanding, I'm happy to be corrected if anyone knows, but I'm fairly certain there's nothing in the code of meter that limits the amount of times. We're not like staff that we accrue leave. No, we don't do that. No.
Just that. And yeah, I was thinking, it's been for years, I think everything the same. Why is now we're going to change to this? So whatever Councillor Monahan and Kanim said, I agree with them. And I think it's no point to change it right now. So the time and everything, I will be voted against it anyway. But thank you.
Thank you.
I've had 2 speakers for and, 3 against now. I move the motion be put.
There's been a motion that moves to be put. Did you?
I had a few questions, but
Yeah.
through the chair to the CEO.
Councillor AJ, there's been a motion to be put, so I have to take it, Councillor AJ. As much as I don't want to say no to you, it's in there. There's been a motion to put the right of reply to the who was the mover of the motion originally.
That's me,
Councillor
and
McNaught.
I already just spoke, so I'm happy to have the motion put.
What's that? Sorry.
I think the full motion needs to be drafted, is what the director's indicating.
Sorry, through the CEO, can we flesh out the exact motion instead of just having fortnightly cadence as the recommendation? We need to flesh out the 3.2 and when it's adopted and when this will come into effect. I'd like you to flesh out the meeting time because that's not clear under the revised recommendation. So if we could flesh out points 1, 2, 3 and 4 in a varied format, that would be very helpful for the officers.
Well, I think the time is
6 to 11.
that's in the code of meeting practice, is it not?
We're kind of in between code of meeting practices, so let's just be clear and say 6 to 11.
We're resolving the whatever's on page 250.
Trying. I'm happy to note that no funding provision currently exists. So then we'll need to just change point 3 to say that funding provision is to come from the general funds.
So where is it saying the meeting schedule as per page that you referred to?
Just can go in point 2 after meeting dates. You can just put there as presented on page 250 of the report.
Not wanting to interrupt Councillor McNaught's flow, but I've just got a question for you, Mr Mayor. On page 250, right, if we look at 2026, it has a meeting on Wednesday the 25th of November, Wednesday the 2nd of December, and then Wednesday the 9th of December. We have 3 meetings in 3 weeks.
That's not fortnightly.
Well, it's weekly, and there's 3 of them. Like it's just, and then the one before that's obviously a fortnight, but you've got 4 meetings in the space of 5 weeks.
So without being then too prescriptive then, why don't, for the purposes of this exercise, remove the 2nd of December meeting. And we can put that, what's it, 14, 20?
You just need to then detail that properly when you suggest fortnightly, because in December it'll just be monthly, and in November it'll just be monthly.
All right.
Sorry, in December it'll be in monthly. Yeah.
December generally has 2 meetings.
I take Councillor Cunning's point, and the thing is that, as has always been the case at the end of the year, that December meeting moves forward or the end of the year jumbles up a bit so that we're not in the Christmas period. So for the sake of, we can just put as per the schedule on 250, removing the 2nd of December 2026.
Can I just recommend, councillors, so we don't spend a lot of time doing this right now, that we just, having had the debate, just leave this in abeyance for towards the end of the meeting to allow the staff to maybe tighten up the exact wording with the dates, because there is sensitivity and I don't want to really do them on the run. And then we'll go back and vote for this later on with some tighter wording and clearer dates.
What, sorry, don't we draft the motions if we're moving them?
Yes.
Don't we propose what
Yes.
we're doing
Yes, and we're
as
adopting
the
a
governing body?
we're adopting
We don't know what we're
dates.
adopting, I think is the point.
No, we said we want to adopt what's in the booklet as provided by staff
Mm-hmm.
based upon a previous resolution they put forward to us. Councillor Carnegie has gone out there and said, well, that's now weekly. So, yes, so, we can, yeah, 100%. So let the staff do it and they'll come and they can sign it up and actually get the exact wording with the exact dates. Like it's not complex, Councillor.
No,
Right.
but the staff had already proposed one. We could have just voted for that. I mean, isn't
I'm
the
happy. You
onus-
want to come
isn't
every
the-
week? I'm happy to come every
isn't
week.
the onus on
I
us
know
to
wishes. All
provide
right, let's
the alternative?
Put the motion. All right, let's go for it. All right, as per what's in page 200 what was it?
250.
All right, let's put it. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, declare it carried. Thank you. Division, all those in favour, please stand. Against, declare it carried. Next item is COM 04, page 252, tab 14, recommendation to page 254. Jim, Councillor Hart, you moving or?
No, I'm not moving that.
Yeah. Page 252, tab 14, recommendation on page 254.
I'll move that way. Move per the book.
Move Councillor Monahan, seconder. Seconder Councillor Amoon. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, I declare it carried.
Can I have a division on that one as well, please?
Yes, all those in favour, please stand. Against? Next item is COM 05, page 257, tab 15, with recommendation on page 257.
Happy to move.
Move Councillor Hart, seconded Councillor McNaught. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare it carried. Can someone please write Councillor AJ back?
David, can you get the council, please?
No, sorry. Next item is Corp 01, page 263, tab 16, recommendation on page 263. Move Deputy Mayor, oh, sorry. Did you move, or no? Oh, you moved Deputy Mayor, seconded. Councillor McNaught, any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare it carried. Next item is Corp 02, page 269, tab 17, with recommendation on page 269.
Have a motion.
Yes, Councillor Hart.
It's been sent through. I'll start reading out before it comes up on the screen. Actually, can we just defer this matter as I've just received advice that I would like to consider before moving this motion.
Defer to the end of the meeting.
Yeah, I just need to consider. I've just received it 1 minute ago. Yeah, if we can defer to the end of the meeting.
Was that advice from staff?
Yes.
So I think from the circular from the OLG that went out, then advice provided to one councillor must be provided to all councillors. So
It's feedback on a motion, which doesn't have to be circulated to all councillors.
I have to agree with you, Mr Mayor. I'm keen to know what this advice is.
Yeah, well, I think we just have to. The staff should look back at the provisions, the last memo that code of the Office of Local Government sent out.
Okay, can we defer it, please?
Yeah, move that it be deferred. Move Councillor, second Councillor McNaught. All those in favour to the end of the meeting. Yeah, against. And declare carried. Next item is Corp 03, page 273, tab 18, with recommendation on page 273. Moved? Moving. Move, Deputy Mayor. No. That cannot be continuing to. No, that's in this building. No, that's in this building. That's a slab vibrating.
I'm happy to second the motion.
Can we find out what that is, please? Just have a 5-minute recess because that's. an excavator with a big hydraulic jackhammer on it. And they thankfully agreed to stop. So we are Corp 03, page 270 tab 18, moved. I think we had a moved Deputy Mayor, seconded Councillor McNaught. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare it carried. Corp 04, page 279, tab 24, recommendation on 279.
Happy to move as per the recommendation.
Moved Councillor McNaught, seconded Councillor Moon. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare it carried. Next item is Corp 05, page 283, tab 19, recommendation on page 284. Moved Deputy Mayor, second Councillor McNaught. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. Next item, Corp 06, page 297. I'll move this, tab 20, recommendation on page 297. Just from previous, I just want to move one word, that it should be authorize the CEO and the mayor to execute all documents necessary to operate the account. Because that's how it's always been, I know, in previous times and other documents. Seconder Councillor McNaught. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare it carried. Next item is Operation 01, page 300, tab 21. Councillor Hart.
Sorry, is this Operation 01?
Yeah, the grass cutting policy.
I move that we adopt it.
Seconder Councillor Moon. Any discussion?
Just to confirm, this is to not adopt the This is to not adopt the, because Councillor, to not adopt the draft open space.
It's not adopting the recommendation, we're adopting the policy.
Yeah, to adopt the policy.
Correct.
So I understood that what Councillor Hart just did was support the recommendation. Yeah, so what I understood was that Councillor Hart was supporting the recommendation in the book.
You know, I misspoke.
You said adopt the policy. You didn't say adopt the recommendation. That's what I heard. He said adopt the policy.
I either said adopt the policy or just adopt. If I said adopt, what I meant by that was to adopt the policy.
Can we just get the full motion that is being proposed so we can accurately vote on what's being put to us?
Sure. So it would be keep point 1. And point 2 would be adopts the open space maintenance and grass cutting service standard policy in its current form. And drop points 3 and point 4.
Councillor Moon, are you happy with that? Do you want to speak for your motion, Councillor Hart?
I just think the actual, I think that there was a comment in the report that said that people were by and large against the policy, but if I read the summary of each submission, it says positive sentiment, a matter of fact submission, there's negative sentiment about the current state of cleanliness in the LGA, which you would assume by us adopting this policy would improve standards, which therefore you could view as potentially positive. Submission 4, positive sentiment, negative sentiment about the current state of maintenance in the LGA. Submission 5, negative sentiment about the current state of infrastructure in Austral, not really relevant to this. I'm not going to go through all of them, but I think I don't think that was an accurate characterisation of what council received. And I think there has been plenty of complaints. We had a by-election 3-4 months ago, and all the Labor Party spoke about was the grass wasn't cut. And hopefully this, and I don't disagree whatsoever. I don't think.
Point of order.
Hang on.
What's the point of order?
What's your point of order,
Point of
councillor?
order is what's the point of mentioning the Labor Party? You've put us on notice about playing politics on the council floor and using the term. You have.
Councillor
You've pulled us
Carney,
up on it. You
can I
have.
ask, when you call a point of order, can I ask that you do it under section 15 point, you do it, it's got to be done under section 15.3 in the appropriate format.
If Councillor Carney finds the phrase Labor Party that offensive, I'm happy to withdraw it.
A point of order. Point of order.
What section of the coding meeting practice are you calling a point of order?
Why do you always ask me this question? But every single time one of your own Liberal Party
I'm asking you under what section?
But you don't.
I'm just asking you under what section of the
I'm
code
going to raise
of
the point
conduct?
of order like every other councillor does. You can either uphold
what
the point of
section?
order or disallow the point of order. It's a matter for you.
I haven't
It's a matter
heard
for you how you decide to rule on it. But I've raised the point of
No,
order.
you haven't raised it properly. You have under
Then
15.
every single councillor since
Thanks,
we've been
councillor.
elected in 2024 has never raised it correctly.
Councillor Hart, yes, you can continue.
So you're not going to address the point of order.
You have to give me what the point of order is under section 15.3 of the
So you're
code
not
of
going to
meeting
address
practice.
the point of order.
You need to give me a point of order under section 15.3 of the code
Why
of meeting
haven't you
practice.
asked every single councillor in the last almost 2 years to do the same thing? Why is it me? Why is it me? Why is it me? Councillor Hart, you never ask him. Councillor AJ, you never ask him. Councillor Amun, you never ask him. And Councillor McNaught, you never ask her.
Okay.
Fairness, consistency. Just play a straight bat the entire way for all of us.
Okay, so you don't have one under 15.3. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Hart?
It's becoming a joke.
A certain political party spoke about the grass not being cut in Liverpool, and I don't disagree. I think the service standards can be better, as our CEO says. You know, we can always be better, and hopefully this policy goes towards being better.
Councillor Meniza?
I'd like to speak against that. I think we should support the recommendations here because while the policy had the right sentiments, it's terribly written, like clearly AI written. We can do better as a council. So yes, we do need to maintain the LGA better. We do need to cut the grass. That was me. I said that. But this policy definitely needs to be...
party won
Yeah.
convincingly.
But we can do better with the way this
Across
is
the
written.
board.
We don't need to use ChatGPT.
I welcome it in 2028.
Thank you, Councillor Monahan.
That's
Councillor
great.
Meniza?
I don't know why Councillor Meniza was looking at me because I didn't write it and I'm not the author of this.
I did.
And I wasn't the person that prompted AI. So once again,
I wonder who was.
I did. Yeah. Well, why not? I put the motion up.
I agree.
I put the motion up, and it's pretty clear. People want the grass cut. There is no standard, and this identifies a standard. And we can spend 6 months waiting for a policy to be drafted, or we can go out there and get the grass cut according to a policy which has been on exhibition, which we can fund accordingly. People want better standards. I don't see anyone here spending time on providing better standards, but we can probably spend 2 hours talking about how people don't want to take time off work to come to a council meeting. On which, please, under section 15.3, what is your point of order? Which section of the code of meeting practice has been breached?
It is disorderly under section, clause, because these aren't sections, they're clauses. Under clause 15.5, it is a disorderly comment. It is a negative imputation against another councillor that they are in a dereliction of their duty. And
What section?
No section.
No, oh, sorry, what part?
No part.
You said 15.5, I think it was?
No part, no section.
Yes, well, under 15.3, you must identify what provision when calling a code of, calling a point of order.
And I did.
Yeah, you said 15.5,
sorry.
which is from 15.5, which doesn't really
I have
make...
an old copy, that's all right.
It's about questions of order. Have you finished your statements?
15.10.
Which one?
Clause 15.10, committing an act of disorder.
15.10, which says...
The comment is disorderly.
Which, sorry, 15.10. Is that what you said?
Clause 15.10. This is a perfect example of also why we take 5 hours per council meeting.
15.0, can you read it out? Because we might have a different 15.10 than...
15.10, acts of disorder. A councillor commits an act of disorder, actually, no, you know what?
It's not 15.10.
I'm not reading it to you.
No, because
You're the
15.10 is not...
You have been doing this for far longer than I have.
15.10 says, despite any provision of this
should be
code, only the
able
mover of a motion dissent of the chairperson can speak to the
work
motion
this
before
out.
it's put. The mover of the motion does not write that. But thank you for acknowledging my experience with the code of meeting practice. Yes, which you consistently point out, which I don't know. But anyway, back to the point.
So is it upheld
There's been
or not?
you haven't quoted 15.10. It doesn't make any sense.
It's an act
Right?
of disorder.
Under what provision?
Unless, what do you mean, what provision?
15.3 of the code of meeting practice. Well, you should read that and make yourself familiar with it.
There's another point of order.
And all right.
A disorderly remark. It is disorderly.
Thank you, Councillor Meneza. Have you finished your comments?
I would like a ruling on
You
the points
haven't
of order.
moved it properly, Councillor.
I have moved it properly.
You have not ruled it properly.
I have.
Right, and that's my ruling. Under section 15.3, you must identify, when calling a point of order, the provision of the code which you are referring to. You have not done that, therefore I cannot make a ruling. Okay, so until that time,
It's an act
we
of
will now move
disorder.
on.
It's offensive or disorderly words.
Yep.
It
Thank you.
imputes an improper motive.
Thank you, Councillor. Does anyone want to speak for or against?
Is there going to be a ruling that on the point of order?
Is there anyone else want to speak for or against?
Move a foreshadowed motion as per the book.
Do you have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Meneza. Thank you. Okay. Are there any other speakers for or against the motion, the substantive motion? No? Okay.
I just wanted to, add that there is feedback as to why this needs to be rewritten. There's quite a few pages of it, and I think we should take that into consideration and draft a policy that better reflects all that feedback, which I will not go through and read because it's right there. There's a reason that it's been recommended rewritten by our staff, and I think we should heed their advice.
Are there any other speakers for or against? No. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands.
Which motion?
The motion as moved by Councillor Hart. Those against? Declare the motion carried.
Division.
Division. All those in favour, please stand. Those against? Declare the motion carried. Next item is committee reports. Committee 01, page 347, tab 28, recommendation on page 347. Move Councillor McNaught. Do you have a seconder? Second, Councillor AJ, Committee 01. Any discussion? All those in favour? Against? Declare it carried. Next item is Committee 02, page 352. We have a mover, Councillor McNaught, seconded Councillor AJ. Any discussion? All those in favour? Against? Declare it carried. Next item is Committee 03, Governance Committee, page 356. Moved Councillor McNaught, seconded Councillor Moon. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. Next item is Committee 04, Waste Committee, page 374. Moved Deputy Mayor, seconded Councillor Moon. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. Next item is Committee 05, Youth Council, page 381. Moved Councillor McNaught, seconded Councillor AJ. Any discussion? Put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare it carried. Questions with notice. Is norm 3, it says question with notice 1, 2, then norm 3, norm 4, then back to question notice 5. Is that just a drafting typo?
Yes.
So we'll go to, oh, hold on, actually. It's question with notice, oh, in the title block it says question with notice 2, and then it says over here norm 2. Oh, it's probably just. Councillor Hart, Deputy Mayor, you're happy with your one? Yeah.
Actually, I'm not happy with it. I'm not happy with the response in terms of that this is the left turn into Maryvale Avenue from Oxon Park Road, which has formed a new rat run. And the residents in that area have been lobbying council for several years to get that rat run stopped. And it now appears that the state government is saying, no, you can't stop that rat run because it's going to affect the Flowerdale Road, Hoxton Park Road intersection. It's going to overload that. Well, the point is that slip lane was supposed to have been built there 10 years ago. Still hasn't been done. So, unfortunately, the residents in that area have to suffer the rat run. That's totally unfair on the residents in that area. I think this is a poor excuse for the government to come up with that. Thank you.
Can I ask you to take the chair for a moment, please?
I think I had more questions to answer on that, but I'll wait till the Mayor gets back. So the next one is question 2. Councillor Ibrahim. All good, you're happy with that? So there were 2, we'll do the questions with notice and then go to the notice of motions. So should be question 05. Question with notice, Councillor Mungiza. 15th Avenue. Book 1, page 399, tab 29.
Yeah, that's fine.
You happy with that?
Yeah.
Very good. So that's 05, John. 06, you again, Edmondson Avenue upgrade. And you've got 07 as well. More on the next page. Oh, must be on the back of this. There's another one in there? Oh, yeah. Okay, good. Thanks. Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine.
You're happy with that? And I think you've got the next one as well. Middleton Drive extension.
Yeah, that's fine.
And thank you. Question 9. Again, it's you. It's to do with festivals.
So I just wanted to clarify with staff about what we spoke about before. I got an email saying that they were going to provide a response to this in the August papers, which is not reflected in the comment here.
Someone through the CEO.
Oh, sorry, through the chair.
So.
So through the chair to the Director of Communities and Lifestyle. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, I was on leave, but on my return from leave, it was clear from the handover that given the length of time in terms of response required to take the level of detail that is required in this response, under the Code of Meeting Practice, we've requested that as a councillor you resubmit it as a nom, and then and if it's voted on, we will provide the additional responses as required.
So basically, the email through the chair, the email that I got saying that the answer will be provided in August. I'm sorry, like it just doesn't make sense why I would have to resubmit this as a notice of motion when you can just provide the answer in August.
The rationale, councillor, is around the length of time and the provisions under the code. Anything exceeding 4 hours, we request that the councillor please submit that as a nom, as a matter of process, and then we will follow suit.
Okay, if I may, through the chair, if you are in receipt of something, councillor, may I take that on notice and then come back to you accordingly, please?
Thank you.
Can we just have it noted that the questions that Councillor Meneza has asked, I believe, by and large, have been answered previously by staff through questions with notice, and I think it was probably Councillor Rostevski that have asked these questions previously. So I encourage, if councillors are interested in the answer, without having to submit a notice of motion, to acquaint themselves with the questions with notice. And I know it was probably before Councillor Meneza's time on council, but this information is probably already publicly available in one sense or another. Probably not all bundled up together in a report, but I'm sure this information, because we've been speaking about events for ages and it just keeps on popping up. It's basically flogging a dead horse at this point. These questions...
You may see it that way, but I don't.
Mostly, well, that's if we want to have this conversation now, I'm more than happy to have it, but Councillor Rostevski's tried to prosecute the case of wanting to cut events like you have, Councillor Meneza, in the last couple of months. And the council has resolved on numerous occasions not to change our events program.
Point of order.
What's the point of
order?
order?
The acting CEO has indicated that the answer will be, we'll take it on notice and we'll consider the answer. If it's been provided before, it'll be quicker to produce. It is what it is. We move on. It's a question with notice.
Oh, sorry, you have to roll on the point.
I thought we wanted to have the conversation now.
Clearly, Councillor Carney wants to move on. I'm happy to have the conversation, but...
Continue it. I enjoy the condescension.
If you want to talk about condescension, then you need a mirror.
Councillors, I think that's enough of that. I think this is one of the reasons why our meetings go over time. And here we are, having extra meetings a month, simply because councillors drag the chain. Now, talk about things that at times are irrelevant. That's my view.
Totally agree.
But anyway, we'll continue. Sorry, we're at question 11, which is mine, and I don't have the information here to go, so I'll get back to that when the Mayor gets back here. No?
Do you want your paperwork, Deputy Mayor? We can bring it up.
Sorry?
Do you want your paperwork?
Oh, okay, that's the response. Yes, I have the answer. Must admit I'm not happy with the answer. Again, it's not council's fault. Now, it's all very well for politicians to point the finger at Liverpool on various issues, but the issues that they are actually responsible for, there's very little forthcoming. That's just my point of view. Sorry, you need that. You need that. Right, I think that, and I had the previous one, which was about the traffic, I believe. No, I had that answered, so that's fine.
You got the illegal dumping one.
The illegal, where's that one? That's question 10. That's the next one. Yes, again, I haven't read the answer to that, but I was at a meeting with the Waste Committee last week. I think last week or the week before we were at, and I asked how much does the illegal waste removal mitigation costs cost us? And I don't know what the answer is, but I'm assuming it's... Okay, so that's going to come up in the August papers again, and then I'll labour the point then. That brings us to notice of motions. We're back to NOM 03. Synosis Reserve. Councillor Mungiza, you brought that up? Sorry if I'm not pronouncing that correctly.
Mungiza.
Mungiza. I'll try better next time. Silent. Very good.
So this is the urgency motion that I brought at the last meeting now in the form of a notice of motion. Essentially, Synosis Reserve has been identified in the delivery program 2022 to 2026 as a major sporting and recreation project for Edmondson Park. And I have had some questions answered previously, but not to a satisfactory level. So, yeah, I just would like, this motion to be adopted.
So we need a mover and a seconder. So you're the mover of the motion and Councillor Kanibi is the seconder of the motion. Any discussion? No discussion.
Can I just ask a question?
Certainly.
Sorry, I know. Thank you. I know that at the last meeting we asked for bi-monthly reports on things, but that was on WISIG projects, wasn't it? That wasn't on this delivery, or are we overlapping?
It was, and the Capital Works program, which Synosis Reserve would
Be one of them.
be in the Capital Works
Be in the
program.
Capital Works
Yeah. If,
Point 4 may be redundant if we're going to get every 2 monthly basis, but either way it'll be covered. That's okay.
So we deal with it either way, leave it in, it makes no difference. So all those in favour? Against? Declare it carried.
Can we have a division on that?
Division on that?
wasn't it unanimous?
I thought it was. We'll report it as unanimous. Happy with that? Thank you. Now, that was 03. Notice it again, from proceeds from the sale of CT Lewis, which is NOM 05. NOM 04, sorry. That council, yes, I'll just read it.
Okay. I'd like to move the motion.
Happy to second it.
You'd like to move the motion. I thought you said a motion.
The motion.
The motion, very good. Seconder, Councillor Monahan. Any discussion?
So basically, the CT Lewis Childcare Centre, Community Centre, I'm not actually sure what it was sold. And as we all know, Lanier is a very beautiful but ageing suburb and requires quite a bit of probably love and care and maintenance in the form of like parks or otherwise. And I think the proceeds of a community asset in that suburb should be put into a restricted reserve. So we make sure that, to make sure that we use the money to better the suburb, and would be good if council could prepare some sort of a report that identifies potential capital improvement projects, such as parks or playgrounds or streetscapes or other public infrastructure in the suburb. And yeah, we put it out to consultation and spend that money sooner rather than later, improving the suburb.
You'd like the money spent in that area?
Yes, I would.
Understand that. Any others? No. Anybody for or against? So that was for. Councillor. Oh,
Just through the chair, I believe the actual money was put away in the reserves fund for property. So how do you want to do that? How do you intend on doing that? Councillor.
Maybe if the councillor would like to put the question properly in accordance with the code of meeting practice.
I said through the chair, how would the councillor intend on spending the money if it's already in a reserve?
Let's move it into a different reserve. I don't see why we can't do that.
There is no reserve of such. Do you want to create a new reserve is
I
what
would
I'm
like to
intending.
create a restricted reserve for, like I said, the CT Lewis community, the CT Lewis Community Centre proceeds to be placed into a restricted reserve to be used for the suburb of Lanier specifically.
Councillors, I think I have some background information that most of you don't have. I remember when that area was, when we didn't have Phillips Park the way it is. And at the time, we were considering the sale of the CT Lewis Centre to use that money to embellish Phillips Park back then. We then subsequently ended up getting grants from government. I'm not sure which government. I think it was federal government gave us the grants. I remember MP and Stanley opening the facilities. Some $16 million were spent on Phillips Park. I don't consider, in my view, that that money that was determined or collated from the sale of the CT Lewis Centre then should go back there. If we're going to do this, then that means any property sold or disposed of or otherwise in a particular area has to specifically go back to that area. That, I believe, is wrong. It should go for the benefit of all of the community, particularly as already $16 million was spent in that area, and I think it was $4 million or thereabouts that the CT Lewis Centre managed to get for the sale. That money could be better spent in all of Liverpool rather than just in one area. That's my point of view.
It's almost the same line of logic that would have been appropriately applied to the sale of the Sporties land.
Absolutely. And just for the record, I was against the sale of that as well.
And then sending the money back into a lockbox for the particular area, which I believe you voted for.
Well, you could argue that the Hammondville area hasn't had much money spent there in comparison to Phillips Park.
It is the same principle, that the property was sold in a particular area and the money would be used in a particular area.
In that case, it was. The money was allocated to that area. Anyway, let's...
But I'd like to speak for the motion.
Speak for the motion.
Having opposed the sale of that particular asset from the very beginning of being on this council, I'm happy for the time to go as well, in the interests of making this quick and efficient. Having opposed the sale of it on the basis that the asset ought to have been revitalised and the asset ought to have been revitalised for the purposes of the people of Lanier, I think it's entirely appropriate. It's consistent with council's existing position that we dispose of particular parcels of land if and when we do so, and that it's been put into restricted reserves used for a particular area. It's almost as if you sell the asset in one area and you use the same money to revitalise that particular suburb. Same logic in respect of Holsworthy. I am anticipating the green light over there will point out that I've voted against keeping that money in that particular lockbox for Holsworthy, for Hammondville. That was a particular reason behind that. It's entirely motivated by things other than the purposes of this motion. And in that event, this money ought to be put aside. It ought to be used in Lanier. It ought to be used where it was taken from, essentially, to provide a public service through council for the people of Lanier.
Thank you, councillor.
I just want it noted, and thank you, Councillor Monaghan, for clarifying the question that wasn't even asked, or a point that wasn't even made. But Hammondville was off the back of significant community consultation. The decision to dispose of that land was made after the community was consulted with, and what they wanted was the proceeds of the sale to be reinvested back into Hammondville. CT Lewis was sold 3-4 months ago, whenever it was. If we're going to consult on every decision that council has to make, then we might as well have a meeting every day, because that's how many reports we're going to get back. And the decision was made to dispose of an asset, a derelict asset, because literally right across the road we have a world-class asset. I think it sets a very strange precedent that the proceeds of any disposal has to be placed in a restricted reserve, in which would have multiple restricted reserves. And would it be a retrospective thing? Because if this is the resolution that we're going to make, then why isn't it something that we've done in the past, right? I think the ship sailed on this. The land's been disposed of. Once again, we're flogging a dead horse. Same thing with the events.
Thank you, councillor. Councillor Moon.
Thank you, mate. I actually, if you really want to know,
I would like to actually repeat what the Deputy Mayor Howell said. In light of Phillips Park and the expenditure that we spent there, I'll be voting against this, basically on principle that this area has already had an uplift in the actual parks from seeing Phillips Park and the things that go on there and how communities enjoying it. I believe the money is better spent on our facilities that are deteriorating currently to bring them up to scratch. And having the money in the property reserves, I think, is a great thing.
We've had 2 speakers for and 2 speakers against. I'd like to move that the motion be put.
Has there been 2? Sorry, I missed the...
There has. I think Councillor Hall, Councillors Hart, Councillor Amoon all spoke against the motion, and we had 2 for it.
They didn't actually... We've had 2 for, 2 against?
Yes.
So there's been, but there has been 1 against?
We've had 2. We've had 3, really. We've had 3. The motion, I'm moving that the motion be put. Well, this can easily be resolved. If Councillor Hart says he didn't speak against it, did Councillor Hall, the Deputy Mayor, through the Chair, did he speak against the motion? He's nodding. We've had 2 for, we've had 2 against, so I'll put the motion.
All right. Would the mover of the motion like the right of reply?
Yes, all I will say is that the community was not consulted, which they should have been, about the sale of CT Lewis, and if they had been consulted properly, I think they would have been against it. And I still think that they would disagree that, money has been invested adequately into the suburb. And I still think that this would benefit Lanier greatly. And, the motion should be put.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Those against? Declare the motion lost. Division.
Yeah, good.
All those in favour, please stand. If you're unable to, you can put your hand up, Councillor Hart. All those against?
I'm against. I'm sitting down.
You put your hand up, please. Thank you.
What was that about?
What are we up to now?
Nom 08.
Nom 08. Yes, Councillor McNaught.
I'm happy to move the motion as per the book, Mr Mayor.
Do you have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Moon.
Didn't we get some advice about this matter, Acting CEO?
There has been some advice, but I think there's been multiple bits of advice. Councillor McNaught, did you want to speak for your motion first?
Yeah, I'm happy to speak for the motion. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Sorry, where did I just scribble my notes? So you can see on the screen that back in 2024 that Council made a resolution to waive Section 711, 712 contributions in the CBD. That policy was enacted in response to trying to stimulate economic activity in the CBD after the COVID-19 pandemic and the slow recovery. The desire was for that to stimulate, already approved DAs and potentially other investment to come on board. State and federal government policy at the moment talks to a need for increased housing. Local council can, through a motion like this, the intent was to enable the increase in that housing to be delivered in the CBD where it's needed. What I propose is quite simple. We haven't seen yet that being taken advantage of, that waiver on the 711, 712 contributions. However, with an extension to the deadline for completion by 5 years, the economic situation is changing, and it is my hope that Council can then, by extending that deadline, allow for that investment to come to fruition in Liverpool. In the CBD, we continually have as almost a standing agenda frustration rather than item at the Tourism and CBD committee meetings, the fact that we have multiple approved DAs in the CBD, but none of the work has started. So this is just a continuation of the policy position that Council took a couple of years ago in hopes that we do get more cranes in the sky as the economics stack up for these projects, and then we can see the CBD prosper.
Thank you. Councillor Monahan?
Yes. We were provided advice today, Wednesday the 29th of July at 4 p.m. It's just come to my attention that there may have been further advice, but I don't seem to be able to see it. In any event, and I'm happy for the Acting CEO to correct me, but the Acting CEO would regard that this notice of motion should be removed from the agenda before the meeting, given that the following provisions of the Code of Meeting Practice state that he can't put any unlawful business to the meeting, and he determines that this agenda item is in fact unlawful. Now, I'm happy to be corrected if there's any other advice, but as I said, I can't see it here before me, and on that basis, my questions to the Acting CEO: is it your opinion that this matter ought to have been removed prior to the meeting commencing?
So through the chair, the advice that I was given at that point in time, I have then distributed to yourselves. I have no other advice beyond that
So
that I have received.
So just to clarify that, and no doubt be criticised for cross-examining you, which I apologise for, but is it still your view that this is unlawful in light of the advice that you have received and should not be put to the meeting?
Through the chair, my previous response is still the same. I have no further response beyond what I was provided and have shared with you this afternoon.
My question is to the chairperson, noting that it is now before the meeting and it is your discretion to rule that this is out of order, noting the advice that's been received and no contrary advice has been received. Will you be ruling that this is an unlawful item?
Councillor, thank you for that. When this motion originally went to council, I think it was 2 years ago, advice was then sought by council staff regarding the motion and its legality. I was informed then that the motion was legal at that time. And
But not in 2026,
and
when contrary advice has been
I've
provided.
subsequently checked with the Director of Planning this afternoon, and the motion itself is legal.
My question is to the acting CEO, can we be provided with that advice? Because it would seem that the acting CEO isn't in receipt of that advice.
Through the chair, I'll defer to the Director of Planning and Design.
Thank you. Through the acting CEO, the advice is the same. There are levels of interpretation around around the advice. Just to confirm, there are no two separate sets of advice. It's the same legal advice that has been relied upon. The suggestion is that perhaps this could be unpacked separately to explain the advice that was given to the acting CEO today and the legal interpretation of that advice. I'm just clarifying it is the same advice that was relied upon.
So my question to the acting CEO, no further different advice was provided to the Mayor by the Director of Planning?
So through the chair, I will defer to the Director of Planning and Design to answer that question.
Through the acting CEO, no further or different advice was provided. However, the advice I provided in response to the Mayor's query following the email was that it was the same advice that still stood,
Right.
that we're relying upon. So it's
Mr.
a matter
Mayor-
of interpretation, I suppose.
Mr. Mayor, where did this additional advice you referred to earlier come from if it didn't come from the Director of Planning?
It did, and I think the definition of advice is not a legal piece of advice.
That's exactly
It
what
was
we're talking about.
Yeah, we're talking, like I said, so there was when the motion was originally put to council
Yeah, 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
We're well past 2 years ago.
Yes, but the
Ah,
advice,
you would
the
agree
legal
with that.
advice, the legal advice.
You would have to agree with that.
I would more than 1,000 million times agree that we were well past 2 years,
Yeah.
right?
And we've
Probably
got
around
new
800
advice.
days approximately.
Yeah.
So
We've got new advice.
the advice that was sought after the original motion from 2 years ago
I don't care about that because
is the advice
we have
for
on this
my
motion. The advice we have on this motion is it is unlawful, and
It's the same advice from 2 years ago. There has not been new advice provided. It's an interpretation of that advice is different.
the acting CEO considers it unlawful. My question to you is direct. Are you going to rule that it is unlawful?
I'm relying on the original advice that it is lawful. This is the same thing.
so you're
And
going
my
to rule-
conversation with the Director of Planning this afternoon after the email stated that it is the same policy and the same amount of research was done that says that it is a lawful policy of council or lawful position of council.
So you're ruling that it is in fact a lawful motion?
Yes.
Okay.
It is effectively what council has had in place for the last 2 years, except now that it has been extended. That is all that this motion seeks to do. So unless it's been unlawful for the last 2 years, and there's been no change to the act that affects this,
in any event, it would seem that it was unlawful then and it's unlawful
that's
now.
not what can I, through the CEO, the advice when council resolved this originally 2 years ago, was it that it was it lawful or unlawful?
I can answer that. Point 3, and 3.1.
You, councillor, have asked the question to the CEO, please.
Through the acting CEO, the advice from Council's General Counsel was that it is not unlawful. I think it's clause 33 or 34 that points to some recommendations associated with this motion that would make it acceptable. So there are some suggestions within the body of the advice that refer to what would be a lawful waiver.
So at the moment, it's not a lawful waiver. That's correct. The director is nodding her head and saying correct. Yeah.
Councillor McNaught.
It's ruled as lawful in any event. I'm happy for it to be debated. I'm just going to leave the room for it.
Yeah, Councillor McNaught.
So this is the same advice that was sought by council when the motion was originally passed. With respect to paragraphs 34 and 35 of the motion, that has been relied upon for the past 2 years, should this have been taken up, will continue to be relied upon because it's the same advice while this motion is extended. So in that capacity, nothing has changed. The advice is the same. Paragraphs 34 and 35 are to be relied upon as they were when this was passed in the first instance, and I commit the motion.
So from a wording point of view, let's go to point 34 in the advice. To make that abundantly clear, the council should consider amending the note to say section 711.712 contributions applicable to multi-storey residential and commercial in the Liverpool Central Business District CBD may be waived. To be eligible for waiver, the developer must demonstrate through a certificate of practical completion to satisfaction of council that the development has been completed prior to 27 March 2028. If that is shown, then the council will consider waiving the contributions. Any building completed after that date for any reason will not be eligible to have it waived. So if council adopts that wording and 27th of March 2028 is changed to 27th of March 2033, then is it lawful? I'm having a nod. Can I get that in verbalized, please? Through the CEO.
Through the acting CEO, that is correct. That would be lawful.
So, I mean, we can do that, or we can add a point 4 that says, something along the lines of in line with advice received on the 27th of the 9th, 2024, paragraphs 34 and 35 are to continue to be relied upon. Does that satisfy through the Mayor? I mean, my point is that we've relied on those definitions for the past 2 years. We continue to rely on those definitions. I'm getting a nod from the director, but through the Mayor.
I think 0.3 in that fashion suffices. And if all I would say is maybe in adding a 0.4, note that this has been in place since. Note that this has been in place since the 27th of March 2024, and this motion only seeks to extend the end date that was lawful and in place since that point.
Yeah, I've got on.
So what was the end date, do you know?
Yeah.
That's finished?
Yeah, yes. So,
It was, sorry, I forget what the words were before, something about notes that paragraphs 34 and 35 of the original legal advice of the 27th of the 9th, 24 are continued to be relied upon. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, I want to speak against it.
do we have a seconder for that?
No. I'm speaking against it.
Second, Councillor AJ? Yep, second, Councillor AJ. Okay. Yes, so we're speaking against, Councillor
Yes,
Carney?
I'm speaking against this. We've received clear advice the motion was unlawful. Your determination, your discretion was to say that it was lawful. And then you retracted on that position when you asked the Director for Planning to determine, after you've changed it, to ask her, is it now lawful? You've conceded it was unlawful, that it was in operation for a few years, and now you try to work around it by suggesting that it's lawful. It's unlawful. It shouldn't have made its way onto the business paper. The CEO was clear that it should be removed from the business paper, and now we're trying to do an inquest into a conversation you've had with the Director for Planning this afternoon to suggest that it was lawful when she agreed that it was the same advice that was provided to the CEO that we received at 4 p.m. to suggest it was unlawful. I'm not going to sit here to vote upon a motion that was suggested to the CEO and has provided the advice to councillors that it is unlawful. It's as clear as day. It's unlawful. And it should in no way, shape or form be on the business papers and be before the council. It's on that basis. I'm not going to stay for the vote on this because it's unlawful and no one should.
For clarification, once again, through the CEO, has the policy that's been in place, that has been adopted, is that and has that been lawful?
Through the Mayor, I will defer to the Director of Planning and Design.
Through the acting CEO, it has been applied and interpreted as lawful, as I mentioned earlier, in agreement with Council's General Counsel. the advice was interpreted and unpacked, and this particular aspect of the original motion was deemed as lawful and therefore has been in practice since that original advice was obtained.
So to be clear, it's been lawful, and it is lawful, and therefore extending it is lawful. Yep. Yes. So correct. So everyone is crystal clear on the advice from the Director of Planning. Yeah. I'll go to Councillor Meniza.
I just want to put it on record that I, through the CEO, or to the CEO, I'm taking his advice in the email on face value, and I will, until this item has been resolved, I will also be leaving the chamber.
Is there any further discussion?
Just a question. I must admit I'm not fully across it. However, my understanding is that the Section 711 contributions will be waived, meaning council does not collect them. That's what that means? Yes. Exactly. So, in high-rise buildings, that would amount to a significant amount of money if there were a number of units. Each unit, I imagine, pays the Section 711 fee contribution. I don't think it's the same as a normal property, but if we're looking at the size of, say, the Meriton building, that's a typical example I would think of, we would be looking at probably millions of dollars, would we not? Any idea of how much we lose?
Well, I would say, Councillor, at the moment we have not had a residential flat building built in Liverpool.
Since the Meriton building.
And that's technically, it's a hotel, serviced apartments, but let's call that a building. And there is numerous approvals and there's nothing being built. So on one hand, that is, yes, if people were planning to build now and get a whole bunch of projects off the ground, then that's what you would lose. But if no one is going to build in the next short period of time, then you're losing nothing. However, what you do pick up is rates as people finally actually move into a place. So I think that's what it is. But yes, you could turn around and say if there was 10,000 units being built that will be finished within the next X amount of years, then you would lose $10,000 times whatever it is, say 10,000 by 10, what that number. But if no one's going to build, which is the situation we're in at the moment, and the economic situation, I think this is why if you read any of the commentary that exists or within the industry and the media, there is zero residential flat buildings being built pretty much west of Parramatta or along the past the Latte line because the economics, the cost of construction and everything. And what that's doing perversely is pushing up rents because there's no longer any housing stock. So anyway, to answer your question, it all depends on how many people decide to build. At the moment, everyone is saying, well, we can't build because it doesn't stack up.
But what you're saying is the benefit, apart from the loss of the revenue for Section 711, the benefit is that you end up with housing, you end up with rates that you can apply, and therefore, what my concern is, the Section 711 money is there really to improve the facilities within the CBD. Now, if you don't have that money, that then means you lose out on improving the CBD. That's really what that amounts. I mean, that's what Section 711 funding is used for anywhere and everywhere else. But what we need to counteract with this is that, in fact, you do get rates and the rate money goes towards, the CBD. So, yeah, it's a balancing act, isn't it? Thank you.
It's about trying to get the economic activity stimulated.
I think, when you have people living, if you look down, I'll get you one moment, Councillor Ibrahim. When you get to, say, Northumberland Street and you see that building and that little that activity that's generated every day, the liveliness that's brought to the city, there's a net positive in there. And initially, when I originally put this up a couple of years back, part of the thinking was we were very successful from West Invest and that amount of money that's going into the CBD, from that. So that was kind of like, well, a bit of an offset there, So we're actually, if you look at the net ledger, once again, unless somebody builds 10,000 units, whatever it is, we are way ahead for improvements in the CBD from infrastructure for that. Councillor Ibrahim? I'll get to you, Councillor AJ, next.
Yeah, through Chair to Mr. Mayor. So does that mean the acting CEO, he sent an email, we have to ignore it? Because he said remove. So we've been talking about it, debating. So it's lawful, unlawful, lawful, unlawful. So I don't feel comfortable, and it's really confusing me at the moment. So for that email, what we have to, does that mean we ignore it?
I wouldn't say ignore it.
Because,
I think ultimately the question of lawfulness now, once it's on the agenda, is determined by the chair. And I guess I'm going off of like the conversation we've had with Director of Planning and what's in the legal advice. How there's, I guess, been a different interpretation of it. I can't make comment on that.
Because I'm sure he sent it for a reason, so we have to remove it. So for that reason, I don't feel comfortable as well. I'll be leaving the chamber until this will be dealt with. Thank you.
Can I just make a point that perhaps if people understood the code of meeting practice better and the fact that once something is on the agenda, it is up to the chair. I mean, I just want to, since we're putting things for the record, I submitted this notice of motion with plenty of time. It was included in the agenda papers, and at the 11th hour, the same legal advice is regurgitated that came on board 2 years ago that allowed this motion to be potentially taken advantage of for the last 2 years. And without even saying, by the way, councillor, I now have interpreted this differently, nothing. Just a blanket email that suddenly I'm putting forward something that has been interpreted as not legal. It's very frustrating when you follow the timeline, you get your ducks in a row and you put a motion forward and you get the same advice that is magically different. And I am not asking a question, I'm making a ranty statement. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor AJ?
Yeah, just quickly on what the Deputy Mayor was saying. So you save on one side, but you lose 3 times. One, Liverpool is dead. You don't see any cranes in the air. We're not building. So employment for young people to do construction is not there. Number 2, you get people moving into Liverpool. Number 3, our CVD will be full of people to buy food and stuff and patronize in the community. So I guess that we win 3 times, and then the rate and the rest to move people into the city. So I'll support the motion. Thank you.
Question, sorry.
Yeah, Deputy Mayor.
Additional question. So how long has this been going? How long have we had this waiver going? How many years?
It's been on for 2 years.
2 years.
And it was originally, if you finish a building, and finish being the key word, within 4 years, then you would, what they call it, you would apply for it. Unfortunately, it hasn't achieved, but there is interest. We've seen a letter that came to us. I think every council received a letter from one of the property owners for the affordable housing project that's owned by, I think, Aware Super, which is, I think, local government super. Anyway, but they're like, this plea, we need this, because at the moment it's becoming we can't make it stack up. So that's why they were extending it. Ideally, it would have been great if in 4 years we had buildings done, but unfortunately we didn't get there. So this is giving that bit more time. So it's been in place. Unfortunately, it hasn't worked, but hopefully this time it now will.
So overall, the picture I get is that overall we would be better off with wavering than without it.
Yeah.
That's really what it boils down to.
Yeah.
And the legalities, I must admit I didn't see the email. As far as I'm concerned, I was at a council meeting, I did not see the email, and as far as I'm concerned, if this was legal before, it's legal now.
Yep. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I just want to say this, that we had 17 cranes up in the sky at our peak building. I'd probably say every one of them was residential. There may have been an exception. Now, thankfully, very hard fought. We have 3 cranes up in the sky, but the 2 are at the hospital and 1 is next door. And one of them is co-living, which is at least a positive. Above everything else, and I can probably speak on this for an hour, but I won't. But I'll get to the a point that hit me pretty hard. Is the amount of people that have come up to me and with pretty much tears in their eyes saying, "Can you help us with rents? The rents are going up and the rents are moving up." And I said to them, I go, when there's no cranes in the sky, it's tough because people need somewhere to live. It takes the pressure off. I know a friend of mine who moved to the Sky House. He was paying, I was like $450 rent, and then they jacked it up to $600 in one hit. Because there was no other options, and that's what the market did. And ultimately, economics always gets down to no matter what you want to do. Noting we have someone who has almost a degree in econometrics in supply and demand. The more supply we have, the cheaper prices become. The less pressures there are. So I think that's.
Don't ask me to do the financial modelling for it. I could tell you the answer. It's going from 0 to 0. So.
Yeah. So I think we've got to do it. I think if government wants it, the best thing government can do for housing is not build housing, is going out there and remove all the things. And I think the original motion called on the federal government to get rid of GST on new houses as well, to lower the cost. And there was something else, but I forget what it was. But yeah.
Yeah, there were some other things, but I think we should just stick to the things we can control and get this motion through.
Is there any other further discussion? No, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. I declare it unanimous. Next item is we have confidentials, and then we still have Corp 02. Next item is Conf 01. Page 413. Recommendation on page 414. It's addendum. Anyone care to move a motion? For confidential booklet, page 400, the first item in the confidential booklet. Yep. No, we don't have to, unless people want to open up discussions, huh? Let's go through one by one. That's it. Conf 01, I'm happy to move that way. Second, Councillor Moon, any discussion? Put the motion, all those in favour? Against, declare it carried. Next item is Conf 02, page 419, with the recommendation on page 420. Move Deputy Mayor, second to Councillor Moon. Any discussion? I'll put the motion, all those in favour? Against, declare carried. Next item is Conf 03, page 426, recommendation on page 427. Move Deputy Mayor, second to Councillor Moon. Any discussion? I'll put the motion, all those in favour? Against, I declare it carried. Next item is Conf 04, page 433, recommendation on page 434. Move Deputy Mayor, seconded.
Is that the one we haven't?
Is this the 15th Avenue one?
Yeah.
This is the one, yes, that we deferred. I particularly think that the offer is very low considering the zoning of the land and what it is. Yep.
Doesn't give you a sum, does it?
It
Oh, it
does.
does.
It does on page 433. At the bottom of 433, bottom right-hand corner.
Just before anyone moves a motion, I just have a question through the mayor, the CEO, acting CEO. So if council was to resolve the recommendation, and the report outlines an amount of compensation Transport for New South Wales is offering council, would a report come back to council to finally approve the disposal of land? Or are we resolving this and moving on? It's not going to come back to council.
Through the Mayor, I'll defer to the Acting General Counsel.
Through the chair, point 5 would authorise the CEO or their delegate to execute all documents necessary to give effect to the resolution. So if the recommendation was passed, the matter would not come back to council for further decision.
So I take then that if council was to agree to the recommendation, would we not have to also include where the funds or the proceeds of the sale should be directed to in terms of a reserve or the general fund? Shouldn't that form part of the motion?
Refer that to the CEO.
So through the Mayor, I will refer to the General Counsel.
Through the chair, I think this question may be more appropriate for the Director Corporate or the Chief Financial Officer.
So I defer to the Director of Corporate Services through the Chair.
Whilst I'm not the author of the report, my understanding is that it's all contributions funds. But I can't say that with certainty. I didn't author this report.
So we don't know where the proceeds of the disposal will go to. I think we have to defer the matter again until we find out.
Yeah, and sorry, I just think as well on that note that the land value per square metre is extremely low based on the zoning of the land. And that if we look at the point 1 about saying that will compulsory acquire, well, is it a compulsory acquisition when we're agreeing to it?
Yeah, it's like we've received a report about disposing of land earlier without a price tag, and now we've received a report, we don't even know where the money's going.
Yeah. So if we're gonna defer, I guess the initial intention was when I defer. I think I may have moved the deferral on this originally. Is that go back and seek a better price, and I think before we even work out where the money is, then go back and seek a better price, because this doesn't only affects us. The rate that's set here establishes a precedent for everybody else along the way, and people should not. I know you cannot buy land at that rate per square metre, R2 land, in Austral, and I'm very mindful of that. So I think we should say,
Happy to move to defer.
Yeah, but I think defer and not accept the offer and get them to come back with a better offer.
And a report to come back on
where the money goes.
Council subsequently agreed to the disposal to Transport for New South Wales, where the proceeds of sale would be directed to.
Yeah. If we've got that in the motion, please. Do you have a seconder?
Happy to second.
Seconder, Councillor Moon.
So I think point 1. So that council point 1 defer and not accept the offer as per the report. Yep, that's point one. And point two, that a subsequent report or a future report to council on this matter includes where the proceeds of sale would be directed to, or what reserve the proceeds of sale would be directed to. Well, I was just told it was contributions.
Councillor Moon, are you happy with the seconding?
Yes. That I'll definitely receive.
Yep.
I'd like to take out point 2 and ask to get a revaluation or resubmission of offer.
Microphone, please.
I'd definitely like to see a resubmission of offer, so I'd like to take out point 2. If you Councillor, if you calculate the amount of land that we're selling at the price that we're selling, you'll understand where I'm coming from. Like you can do the sums.
If you look at page 40, you can see what council's valuation came in. And then council accepted a number that was
A quarter of that, no.
a third of it, roughly?
Third, yeah. You said that's the right price.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah. All right. So we don't need point 2 because it's outlined, we're saying. And I think Councillor Hart, probably the word defer probably is not be there. If the offer is not accepted, then the offer is not accepted, full stop.
Yeah.
And the government continue doing what it's doing, and ultimately a court will agree on the amount. But considering what our valuation came in at and what's being recommended we accept, I think it's too big of a gap.
So, okay, yep, so direct the CEO to...
Not accept the offer.
Isn't just a question to the acting CEO?
Just one sec, Councillor Hart. Councillor Monahan, Councillor Hart is not finished with his motion. Can you put your microphone on Councillor Hart, please?
So direct the CEO not to accept the offer and seek a better deal for ratepayers from the New South Wales government.
In accordance with the valuation.
So, and remove point 1. Councillor Hart, remove point 1? Yeah, okay, so remove point 1. Second, happy with that. Councillor Monahan?
Yes. So Transport for New South Wales engaged a particular valuer. Council engaged a particular valuer. Both, it doesn't say, correct me if I'm wrong, acting CEO, it doesn't say the value that Transport for New South Wales valuer assessed the properties at. $440?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
No. So council's valuer assessed a market value of a particular figure. Council advised Transport for New South Wales of its valuation advice. Valuation reports were exchanged. Both valuers met. The valuers agreed on a common position. That figure is the figure that is on 441, is on the bottom of 440, and is in the second last paragraph of 440, but it does not include, oh no, top of page 440. Well, they're two wildly different figures. But ultimately it's the case that council agreed on the sum that was reached. The value was agreed. Yeah, between the valuers, it was agreed. So my question to the relevant director is, is it likely, or is there any real possibility that that figure would change?
I'll refer to the CEO.
Through the Mayor, what I would say to you, councillor, is given what you are directing us to do, we will find out and we will report back to council before any final decision is made on this property.
No, of course. And I don't think we've directed anyone to do anything yet. There's a proposal to direct someone to do something, but I'm asking whether it's feasible, possible or reasonable that that figure would change, and if yes, is it reasonable, possible or feasible that that figure could reduce?
I'll have to take that question on notice, councillor, through the Mayor. I'm not sure. That's what we will go and find out if this is what you direct us to do.
Ultimately, one valuer from the government has made an offer and got a valuation. Our valuer went out there and did a valuation, and from what the government offered and our one, there's a 743% difference in valuations. That's a lot. So, and then they've agreed on a number that is not in the middle, but to even have that breadth and scope, I think is, well, either they both need to be questioned, and how were they both so off in the first place? And considering that it's very relevant to us because we do valuations, we're usually on the other side of this exercise. Ultimately, under the Just Terms of Compensation Act, this would then, the government would still acquire the land, take it, and then a court would go out there and work out the value of it, and they would work out the difference in price. Yeah, and there's a significant difference, 743%. Yeah. Any other further discussion?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor?
Question. The second part, future report, the proceeds of the sales would be directed to. I thought the sales of property automatically went into the property reserve.
Depends.
So why ask the question?
If it was land that was council received through contributions or as an offset through contributions, then the money should go back into the relevant contributions plan. From my understanding, I'll refer to the CEO.
I think what the the Deputy Mayor is asking is, irrespective of it not being a contribution plan, because it's a sale of property, shouldn't it go into the property reserve? And that's probably a feasible outcome. Yes.
Sorry,
I think that's what Councillor Hart's point was about, I guess, consistency and how they put it.
I expected any sale of property, irrespective, to go into the property reserve. That's been the position in the past, to the best of my knowledge, and I think that's where it will stay.
That was my point, is if council was to resolve to sell the property, then in the resolution it should say which reserve it's going into, which the recommendation doesn't have. It's only in the financial implications section of the report.
Yeah, it's usually outlined as a point. Money goes into the reserve.
It's not inconsistent, councillors. In essence, it's still general fund. So the report is correct, and the Deputy Mayor is also correct. It's just not stated. That's right.
Yes. Yep. All right.
We want it to be stated.
Just being mindful of time. If there's no further discussion, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, I declare it carried. Next item is Conf 05, page 443, recommendation on page 444. Move Councillor McNaught, seconded.
Second.
Councillor Hart, any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, I declare it carried. Next item is Conf 06, page 448, recommendation on page 448. Move Councillor McNaught, seconded. Deputy Mayor, any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against, I declare it carried. Next item is Conf 07, page 460, with recommendation on page 460. Move Councillor McNaught, seconded. Deputy Mayor, any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, I declare it carried. Next item is Conf 08, page 471, recommendation on page 471. Moved Councillor McNaught, seconded Deputy Mayor. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? I declare it carried. Next item is Conf 09, page 1299, recommendation page 1299. Moved Councillor McNaught, seconded.
Happy to
Second, Councillor Amoon. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, I declare it carried. Next item is Conf 010, page 1327, or here, page 1328. Councillor Hart.
Move motion.
Yes, Councillor, what's your motion?
Point 1, receive and note the independent review of Council's operations depot. Point 2, expresses concern with the apparent differences between what has been resolved by Council and what has been implemented. And then point 3, request the investigator to resume their review with explicit reference to the resolved terms of reference. And I'll speak to it when I get the opportunity, please.
Do you have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Moon. Yes, Councillor Hart.
Actually, I'll ask a few questions first. My first question for the Mayor, the CEO, acting CEO, is generally when a review like this occurs and terms of reference are set, would it be a reasonable expectation for the report to come back to Council for us to consider, to be the findings to be broken down by the terms of reference that's been set?
Through the Mayor, I will defer to the Director of Corporate Services because I wasn't a party to this.
Yes.
Okay. So reading through this report, there's no actual reference to the resolved terms of reference. I can take you to the appendix, and I'm not going to express, because we're in confidential, the exact wording, but there are... Actually, I'll take you all back to the terms of reference that was resolved, and I'll draw you to a couple of examples. Point 4 of the... Point 6 of the resolved terms of reference, which is public, was the extent to which the 4-day work week has affected operational capacity, efficiency and service/project delivery of the Operations Directorate, including any impacts on staffing, supervision, levels of overtime, coordination, productivity or service standards. Now, I won't be specific, but I've read through this report and there is no reference to the 4-day work week. Point 5 of the terms of reference that was resolved, the extent to which union involvement or influence within the Operations Directorate has affected workplace culture, employee relations, management practices, accountability, operational efficiency, or service and project delivery. I think there's one paragraph in here about that, even though it was a resolved term of reference. And now, I don't read investigation reports all day, every day, but from the ones that I've read, usually these things are broken down by the terms of reference. So my question is, through the Mayor, the CEO, was the investigator aware or made aware by council staff of the terms of reference?
Through the Mayor to the Director of Corporate Services.
To my knowledge, councillor, that they were made aware. They were made aware of the council resolution, and the results you've got, and the reason it wasn't pursued any further than it has in this report, is because of the very low representation in terms of feedback, the willingness of providing feedback, and the cost benefit of pursuing it.
Sure. So was that expressed by the investigator in his report through the Mayor, the CEO?
So through the Mayor, deferred to the Director of Corporate Services.
I can only read from the report, councillor, in terms of
I've read it. The
summary.
answer is no. So I
Point
don't
of order.
know.
Point of order. That was extraordinarily disrespectful to the director.
Well, I apologise.
I'd ask you to apologise and withdraw.
I apologise. I apologised. The executive summary says, of the report says, item 2 has been completed, which was item 2 of the resolution, which is public. Adopt the terms of reference for the independent review as per attachment A. I don't think that was the case with this report. I don't see much reference, if there's any reference, to the terms of reference. There's no reference in the investigation about the industrial arrangements, which was point 7 of the terms of reference, where the current industrial, managerial and workplace arrangements are supporting the effective and efficient performance of the operations. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure what to make of the report that's in front of us. I was given the opportunity by the CEO, I've got it here, on the 11th of June, offering 3 options and a briefing on this resolution, because I was the one that moved it. I responded to that email a day later saying I'd like a briefing to understand the methodology and see if there's anything that can be done to improve the report in terms of uptake. I was never responded to. I don't know what the point of being... I was offered 3 options by council staff and I was never responded to. So what was the point in asking me? I think I really want to know why the investigator has written a report which, you know, has its merits, but it has 0 reference to the terms of reference. And for that reason, I want to go back to the investigator. I want him to break down, or whoever it is, sorry, I want them to break down their report based off the terms of reference. Because I think that is a natural thing to expect. And if that's not the case, then I question the quality of the report. Is it possible for the engagement letter to be circulated to all councillors through the Mayor, the CEO?
Mr. Mayor, do you want me to answer?
Yep. Yes. Sorry.
So through the Mayor to the Director of Corporate Services?
I can't see a problem with providing the councils with the engagement letter.
My question is to the acting CEO. If we're going to request the investigator resume their review, do we need to allocate further funding?
Through the Mayor, Yes, you would, councillor.
Through the acting CEO, how much do you think might be reasonable or necessary to conduct a further review, noting that we allocated a budget of $150,000 from the general fund to conduct the independent review, and the review came in at, the cost of it came in under that. I won't read that out loud because I assume it's confidential.
Through the Mayor, I think with the initial allocation, I'm being told that that should be sufficient to do as per what is being proposed here. So no further funding would be required.
Just a question through the Mayor, just one brief one, through the Mayor to the CEO. Out of the allocation that was given, noted on point four on the first page of Conf 10 1327, is there still money that's left over from that total sum?
Through the Mayor, yes, there is, councillor.
Now, just through the Mayor to the Director of Corporate Services, it's the recommendation, I believe, of, well, it's the Chief of People, but it's the Director of Corporate Services. The recommendation of Council is receive and note the independent of review of Council's Operation Depot. Is it really beneficial to now go and spend some more money to reinstigate the investigation, the investigator, and ask them to review, to resume their review in the circumstances where it's been conducted, and the staff recommendation by your Director of Corporate Services is to receive and note the independent review?
Through the Mayor, I'll defer to the Director of Corporate Services.
Councillors, again, the funds are available, but the question about the terms of reference, if you look on page 1339 of the report, the engagement scope and other information is provided there. The original report, which has a terms of reference, was used by the consultants, and the reason that they didn't, I suppose, going to the point of Councillor Hart, address what he considers the terms of reference is because they couldn't get sufficient response. Now, a decision was made that if staff are being given the opportunity to respond to questions and only a very small percentage of them do, how far do you pursue it in terms of what value will you get? And that's why it was presented as it is now.
I appreciate that from the Director of Corporate Services, but I received an email with 3 options to try and expand the number of participants in the review. My emails were subsequently ignored. I followed it up with the acting CEO at the time, and then that was only a couple of weeks ago, I think, from memory. And it's apparent that despite the feedback that I provided, that it was not further pursued. I note that page 1339 once again. Doesn't have any reference to the terms of reference. I note the front page, sorry, 1334, page 2, says, I trust that you find the provision of the above report by the supplier to be satisfactory. And from this, I don't believe it's satisfactory, as there's no reference to the terms of reference.
So, Hart, where did you say the terms of reference are again?
It was resolved when we moved this motion.
But it's not part of this report.
No.
No, I can't
and that's
see
why
it.
I want to know if the investigator actually has the terms of reference, because if he does, then if he did have the terms of reference and he essentially ignored it, then I really do question whether this report is satisfactory.
And I also know that for us, it refers a couple times or a few times to the Turkington report of 2021. So I think if that's a baseline that's being established, then we need to see that report and have that distributed to us. That's one. Number two, I think some of the matters here are very relevant and very important that they looked into. But I don't really get what it means as well when it says in the executive summary on 1327 when it says item 1, 2, and 4 have been completed by council. Bless you. Where's the terms? Yeah. But yeah, I think we need to see the scope. So just being mindful of time. I think your point. I'll get to you. I think your point's been made, Councillor Hart. So you're moving that. What is it? What's your recommendation? Receive a note, the review, express concern.
Can I suggest?
Yes, Councillor Carney.
Issue is to understand whether or not the terms of reference are resolved by the council who passed it at the time were provided and utilised in the preparation of the report, rather than point 2 and 3 at this stage to go back and reinstigate more fees to be spent on asking the investigator. Can't we just go back and ask for a report to be produced by the directorate to confirm whether or not the correspondence sent out included the terms of reference, and a specific question being raised to them before we start incurring fees? Was the terms of reference provided by council utilised in circumstances of production of the report dated blah? I just think that's as a starting point. At least we can know that, because then if it's flawed on that basis, it's a fair point. But if it's not, then
I agree with you to an extent, Council. I think really we should be inviting the author of the report to come and present to us in a briefing session or to go through the report with us, which has happened numerous times before. We can also get the terms of reference or what's been sent as Councillor Hart's asked for, and then once we've received that, then we can work out what we need to where do we go from there before incurring more expenses and costs. Councillor Hart, would you be happy with an approach along those lines? Broadly?
Yeah, as a replacement to point 3. So, direct the CEO to organise a briefing with the author of the report. I don't think the resolution needs to be more specific than that. I think to discuss the findings, but I think that it's probably obvious.
Do you want to just keep it at point 3 and that's it?
I think so, because the only issue with point 2 is point 2 infers that they've done the wrong thing by omitting to refer to the terms of reference without knowing that they've done so. I just think that's putting the cart before the horse. You can do that if it comes back and we're told that it wasn't the case.
I don't think it's implying anything. I think I've demonstrated and it's not casting any aspersions on the author or anyone. There is objectively a difference between what was resolved and what was implemented.
But that's noting the contents of the report. What the suggestion is, what was being resolved by council and what has been implemented. But the suggestion is what was resolved by council wasn't necessarily then considered by the author, and that's where your grievance is. That's why if you direct the CEO to organise a briefing to the councillors, then the author of the report comes and tells you, and you can ask him the question, he or she the question, and say, "What's the go here?" I'll give you an answer, and then you'll realise whether or not you need to voice prosecute point 2 by way of an additional addendum report. That's all I'm saying.
Yep. So what if we just turn around and say, defer the receipt of this report until the CEOs organise a briefing. Yep. So if we can just do that and remove point 1 and 2. So defer the receipt of this report until the CEO has organised a briefing to councillors with the author of the report. Cool. All good? Any further discussion?
Just before we vote, if we can get precise motion we're voting on the screen.
That council defer the receipt of, we've received it, we can't actually defer that. Defer the consideration of the, further consideration of the independent review of council's operations depot. And then point 2 would be direct the CEO to what is point 3 there. And then, yeah, everything else you can remove. So just take what is point 3 there and make that a new point 2. Yeah.
Point 1?
Yeah. No.
Keeping? No, receive and note?
No, yeah, so council defer the consideration of the independent review, blah, 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 is the new point 1. Yep. And then point 2 is point 2, and then you can remove the rest.
Delete express, and delete the rest of that request and where the terms. All right. Is the mover and seconder happy with that? Yes. Any further discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, declare it carried. Next item is Conf 11, which is confidential addendum. Happy to move that way. Seconded, Councillor McNaught. Any discussion?
Yeah, just a question. Mr. Mayor, you'd recall I raised the question when it was first brought up in terms of a report, in terms of the funding, and your response at the time was that you were quite confident that we'd recoup the fees back in the form of donations, essentially putting us at a neutral position where it wouldn't cost council or anything, and the fees would go to charity. Wonderful cause, but it sounds like there's a significant risk associated with this now. Would you agree or no?
It's the no, because that's how every ball that's been held in history in Liverpool and every council has happened, in that there's an expense to organise the event, and then you sell the tickets and get the sponsorships, and the money goes to, so every ball, every charity event works. Yeah, not only here, or not only mayoral ball. So yeah, and we're very confident. I think we've already had, without just by mentioning at one event, we've already had 10 tables, inquiries on 10 tables who want to be bought. So yeah, I see it as a very low risk scenario, and if anything, yeah, great opportunity to be able to raise some money for the community. Councillor Moniza.
My only question is, I just noticed the ball is supposed to be on the 5th of September, so that's like a month away. So how, through the CEO, how confident are we that we will be able to organise and sell the tickets and get the sponsorships in essentially a month?
Through the Mayor, I'll defer to the Director of Community and Lifestyle.
Through the CEO, Councillor, we are getting interest from the ball. I've put the risks in associated with it because nothing's guaranteed. However, we do see there's a significant interest, and we're still actually awaiting approval from the organisation to proceed. So this is why it's been delayed. I'll just have to inform councillors along the way on the progress. However, it's very important that you understand the risks associated. But we are confident that the ticket sales will proceed. It's the sponsorship that I've got more concerns around.
Yeah. I have a feeling that it may that day may not end up becoming the final day, but we'll find out what happens very soon. But either way, I think we're going to be fine. Yes. Councillor Monahan.
Does that mean that if that date's not going to be the final date, and it could be a different date,
I'll be on a council meeting date.
That it would, that it could, that it may come back to council to resolve the date? No? Okay. As long as it's not on one of our weekly council meetings towards the end of the year.
Right. Any further discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, I declare it carried. Councillor McNaught.
Mayor, I have an urgency motion, as you can see. I'm happy to
yes.
speak to the urgency.
Why is this motion urgent?
This motion is urgent because the Middleton RFS is having their open day coming up on the 19th of September, and they're in the midst of organising it, and they need to know where they stand on their organisation of the event.
Sorry, when? The date, sorry? Oh, wait up. I think...
Declaring conflict of interest.
Do you want to declare?
Yeah. Yes, through the chair, I declare a conflict of interest, non-pecuniary unless it's significant. My husband is a volunteer at the Middleton Grange RFS.
Will you be staying or leaving or...?
I'll be staying in the chambers.
So why is it urgent, Councillor?
Sorry, because it is actually upcoming on the 19th of September, and because this is part of, this asks for council support to advertise the day on VMS boards. They do need to know that whether or not council can provide that support. So if they can't, and they have been looking elsewhere, that they can look further afield, but hopefully we can help them with that so that they can know that that's taken care of.
So there's a clear time issue with regards to the event being held
Correct.
in September, and if council came back at its next meeting, which would only be a couple of weeks away,
Correct.
then there is a time issue.
Yeah.
On that business, I'm happy. On that basis, I'm happy to accept it as an urgency motion based upon the time. I just have to see where the this again new old code of media practice states. Anyway, I'll put it to the floor of council firstly to deal with it as an urgency motion after I've accepted it. For all those who think it's an urgency motion, please raise your hands. Against, I declare it carried. Yes, Councillor McNaught, go for it.
I'm happy to speak to the motion if there's a seconder.
Yeah, someone want to move second the motion? Second to Councillor Moon. Go for it.
This is very non-controversial. Everybody knows the amazing work of the Rural Fire Service, full stop, but our local branch, the Middleton Rural Fire Service, is having their open day coming up on the 19th of September. And I would love for council to be able to support them by providing 2 VMS boards so that they can advertise, which is usually what they do, to advertise their open days. And then that way they would advertise it for approximately 10 days or so beforehand, is my understanding. And on the day, the VMS board would change so that people could be directed to the fire station and everybody could go along with their family and have a look at the amazing work that they do, see how they're so important to our community. And hopefully they will also be able to provide information for anyone who wants to join the organisation. We all, I'm sure, I'm speaking for myself, but I'm sure others have a similar experience, that there are a lot of community members out there who would love to give back, but they're just not quite sure how. And this is a fantastic way. So ultimately, I would just like council to liaise with them to see if there's anything else we can do to help support, but to provide those 2 VMS boards if possible.
Any other further discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, I declare it carried. There is one item left on the agenda, which was the matter that we deferred till the end, which was Corp 02, Code of Conduct Complaints, page 269.
I have a motion.
Yes, Councillor Hart, what is your motion?
I don't know what it is. It's I've sent it to someone. Whatever the latest one is. I can assure you it is. There's been a few
Is it up? Oh.
I'll just read it out. Receives and considers the report. 2, notes that there are 73 code of conduct complaints that have been finalised and not yet reported to council by the Chief Executive Officer. 3, directs the CEO to ensure that those who are required a right of reply as per section 7.49 of the Code of Conduct procedures have been provided the opportunity to do so to ensure the 73 code of conduct complaints are reported to council as soon as practicable. To keep it very short, it's inconsequential. It's just putting on the record that us as a governing body want to deal with these code of conduct matters as soon as practicable.
Do you have a seconder? Second, Councillor Moon. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Yes, Councillor Carnegie.
Question through the Mayor to the Acting CEO. Didn't we receive correspondence about this for the time being in a particular setting was unlawful and that it needs to just be deferred at this point? So we're just receiving and noting the report. But in terms of points 2 and 3, haven't they just been addressed through council and the governing body through correspondence today?
Through the Mayor, I will defer to the General Counsel, Acting General Counsel. My apologies.
Through the Chair, I'm not aware of which correspondence today that you're referring to.
My questions to the Acting CEO, was there any correspondence provided to any councillors today about this particular motion?
Oh. Sorry, are you asking about... Sorry, I think you are asking whether I corresponded with Councillor Hart. So just to explain, Councillor Hart asked during the meeting for feedback from the Head of Governance and myself, the Acting General Counsel, on the wording for the amendments to the proposal. I think that was because he wanted to ensure that they were consistent with the provisions of the Act and the Code of Conduct procedures, and we showed him those provisions, and in our view, this was consistent with those provisions.
That's fine.
Yeah, sorry. So when I made that comment before, I wouldn't consider that advice as per the circular of the code of...
To speed this up, it was my bad wording and I got council staff to assist me with it.
Yeah. Yeah, assisting with wording of a motion is different than getting advice on a matter that's on the agenda. All right. Any further discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, I declare it carried. And I now declare meeting closed with a whole 1 minute to spare at 10:59 p.m. Thank you, everyone.